Chapter 121 Yu Shaoging's Ambition. 7-in-1 Fusion Technique. Douluo Yan and the others quickly learned about what happened at the academy gate, and they were all disgusted by Yu Shaoging's attitude. Xiao Wu was so angry that she screamed and wanted to rush up to Yu Shaoging and punch him twice. What does outsider mean? They had witnessed everything that Erlong and Qing had done together over the years. Although they are adopted siblings, their relationship is closer than that of biological siblings. Help and support each other. Even so, you're still better than someone who disappeared for decades, right? And yet he still has the nerve to mention blood relatives here. Xiao Wu waved her little fists and shouted, "You stinky Qing. Why didn't you just kill him back then? I wanted to too, but Sister Erlong went first." Qing spread his hands innocently. Although neither Zhu Zuqing nor Yi Lingling spoke, their eyes clearly showed their disdain. Douluo Yan asked curiously, "Second sister, how did you fall for this person back then?" "I was just blind when I was young," Erlong said with a frank smile. She didn't know what had gotten into her when she was young, but she was captivated by Yu Shaoging and thought he was different from everyone else in the world. In retrospect, it's nothing special. Inferiority complex, arrogance, hypocrisy. Fortunately, she now has the most important person in her life. Is Yu Shaoging a good-for-nothing? Sorry, no need. Ning Rongrong suddenly asked, "Second sister, should I ask my dad to warn those people?" Quote, "No need. If they dare to cause trouble again, I won't hold back," Erlong said calmly, waving his hand. Qing laughed and said, "That's right, they're just a bunch of clowns. Not worth us making a big fuss about." "That makes sense." The group exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. The atmosphere here is different from the joyful one at Jixia Academy. When the Shrek members returned to their dormitories at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, their spirits were extremely low. Especially Flanders. Even though he was mentally prepared, when he actually faced Erlong's cold and distant gaze, he still couldn't help but feel a piece missing from his heart. Then turned to look at the three culprits behind this incident. Ma Hongjun and Oscar huddled in the corner of the bed, burying their heads deep in their knees. Looking at Dai Mubai again, his face was extremely gloomy, and the sinister and resentful look in his eyes was completely undisguised. He had originally hoped that these students would shine in the Soul Master competition and make Shrek Academy famous. But in its current state, let alone shining brightly, it would be a blessing if it weren't eliminated in the first round of qualifiers. Fortunately, there's still the mistress. Flander turned to look at the black-haired boy who had been taking care of Yu Shaoging. Seeing the large bruises on Yu Shaoging's face and the charred marks around him, Flander shook his head helplessly. Shaogang, why did you do this to yourself? I told you not to go, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're in for a world of trouble, aren't you? Didn't Zhao Wuji say he was going to find a healing-type Soul Master? Why hasn't he returned yet?" As Flander was pondering this, Zhao Wuji returned with a healing-type Soul Master. The healing-type Soul Master slowly stepped into the dormitory, and with a slight flick of his wrist, a pair of exquisite silver-white bells appeared in his palm. As she moved her fingertips slightly, the clear, crisp sound of the bell rippled out like flowing water, casting a pale silver halo in the air. After coming into contact with the silvery aura, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar immediately felt completely comfortable and their minds were clear. Meanwhile, the charred areas on Yu Shaoging's face and body are slowly recovering at a visible speed. After a short while, the Soul Master withdrew his martial soul and glanced coldly at Dai Mubai and the others. "The treatment is over, but remember not to use any force for half a month. Otherwise the bones will fracture again." After saying that, he left. The moment the healing-type Soul Master stepped out of the dormitory, Yu Shaoging slowly opened his eyes. "Shaogang, teacher." Flander and the black-haired boy were overjoyed and rushed over. "How could I?" Yu Shaoging, supporting his still throbbing head, slowly sat up from the bed. Before he could finish speaking, memories from before he lost consciousness flooded his mind. In an instant, Yu Shaoging's facial features contorted with rage. In his mind, Erlong should have rushed into his arms with tears in her eyes, filled with regret for their separation years ago. Then, he successfully took over the Jixia Academy and thoroughly purged those who did not obey him. Finally, using the best resources of Jixia Academy, he trained his own disciples and eventually made a name for himself. What is the Golden Triangle? He wanted everyone to know that the truly brilliant genius could only come from his own hands, Yu Shaogang. But reality dealt him a heavy blow. Lu Erlong's attitude towards him not only became colder, but she even beat him up for that bastard child she picked up from outside. Damn it, that bitch, and that Lu Qing, you both deserve to die. Yu Shaogang was so angry that he almost lost his mind, but he was quickly awakened by Flanders' call. Shaogang, are you all right? You look like you're in a lot of pain, Flander asked. Yu Shaogang then seemed to wake up from a dream, and his expression returned to its calm and composed state. He shook his head gently and said, "It's nothing. It just hurt a little before, but it's much better now." That's good. Flander breathed a sigh of relief and patted Yu Shaogang's shoulder heavily. However, at that moment, Dai Mubai suddenly stood up. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, oblivious to the blood dripping from between his fingers onto the ground, yet he respectful. Wai bowed to Yu Shaogang with clasped hands. "Master, please guide me. I want to become stronger." He had been crushed by Lu Qing 3 times in a row, and his hatred for Lu Qing had long since reached its peak. However, Lu Qing's strength was simply too great. A 6-ring soul emperor is someone I can't possibly contend with in my current state. The only person he can rely on now is this, theoretically invincible, master in front of him. Boss Dai, are you crazy? Ma Hongjun's pupils contracted slightly. Although he also wanted revenge, the thought of Lu Qing's 4 dark soul rings made his heart tremble. Fatty, stop boosting others' morale and diminishing your own. The black-haired boy glanced coldly at Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun was speechless for a moment and lowered his head awkwardly. Yu Shaogang looked at Dai Mubai kneeling in front of him, and a slight smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. He reached out and gently patted Dai Mubai's hands, saying, "Very good, Mubai. I admire your attitude of wanting to become stronger. Actually, you're quite talented, you just lack the right guidance. The reason why Lu Qing is so strong is just because he is lucky. In reality, he is not as good as you at all." At this point, he looked up and glanced at the black-haired boy, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. "But master, that Lu Qing, he's a 6-ring soul emperor," Ma Hongjun said weakly. Thinking of this, Yu Shaogang snorted coldly. What's there to be afraid of? That Lu Qing probably took some kind of forbidden drug and overdrawn his potential to achieve this kind of soul ring combination. That kind of spirit ring combination is completely wrong. You must not learn from his short-sighted behavior, otherwise it will be difficult for you to achieve great things in the future. Trust my theory, you can't be wrong. Ma Hongjun turned and exchanged a glance with Oscar, wondering to himself if it was really as the master had said. But his strength is not at all as weak as the master said. On the contrary, it is ridiculously strong. The black-haired boy suddenly asked, "Teacher, I believe you." "Very good, Shao San." Yu Shaogang looked at his most prized disciple and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he turned to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun and said, "Next, we need to train seriously. I will teach you a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. And if Lu Qing has extraordinary abilities, he won't be a match for you. Imagine when you defeat Lu Qing in front of everyone, everyone will know who the real genius is." As he spoke, he gently stroked the still healing wound on Dai Mubai's shoulder with his fingers, watching with satisfaction as the other trembled from the pain. Chapter 122 On the eve of the Continental Elite Tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies. The black-haired boy and Dai Mubai didn't know what the 7-in-1 fusion technique was, but they felt that it must be very powerful since it came from Yu Shaogang. So for the next period of time, they were immersed in Yu Shaogang's grueling training. Every scene of their training was recorded by the spies sent by Qian Runshui. Qian Runshui also learned about the conflict that occurred on the streets of Tiando City and at the entrance of Jixia Academy, so she secretly sent someone to deliver a letter to Lu Qing at Jixia Academy. Upon learning this, Yu Qing immediately thought of Yu Shaogang's so-called 7-in-1 fusion technique. How should I put it? That Yu Shaogang is indeed quite capable. He was actually looking forward to the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill. I wonder if the Shrek group will be able to withstand my attack after they merge. The letter also mentioned at the end that the manhunt for Tang Hao had begun, with the Heaven Do Empire conducting a massive search throughout its territory for his whereabouts. In her letter, Qian Runshui concluded by saying, "Hurry up and improve your soul power, lest you capsize in the gutter." After reading her letter, Lu Qing shook his head and chuckled. "You should worry more about yourself, lest the plan fails." Even with Qian Runshui's reminder, however, Lu Qing decided to continue his cultivation step by step. Every day, he either pesters Lu Erlong or seeks out other instructors at the Academy for combat training. Or perhaps they heard news that there were evil soul masters within the territory of the Heaven Do Empire. He then led his team members, including Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Shi Yan, to participate in the mission of the exorcism team. As everyone underwent the trial of blood, their auras gradually transformed. Time flies by in the blink of an eye. The start date of the competition is getting closer and closer. All the high-level Soul Master Academies closed their doors to visitors, allowing their students to focus on preparing for the upcoming great battle. The same applies to Jixia Academy. EXC. EPT for necessary times when they had to temporarily leave the academy, everyone was focused on cultivation. Even Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who are usually playful, restrained themselves and patient. Li followed the others to complete one training task after another. And so, time quickly came to 3 days before the start of the Soul Master competition. It was nearing noon that day. The Soul Arena of Jixia Academy. Lu Qing was leading his team in one-on-one combat training here. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Dugu Yan are conducting combat training on the Soul Battle platform. The Poisono, as fog and powdery light intertwined to create a magnificent dance of death. The two unleashed their full soul power, their 5 soul rings shining simultaneously, and a surge of soul power swept across the entire arena. Xiao Wu's soft-style attacks are becoming increasingly fierce compared to before. She twists and turns freely in the air, and her whole body's power is like a battle axe slashing at the opponent. Dugu Yan's attacks became even more cunning, spewing out large amounts of Bilan snake venom from her mouth to surround Xiao Wu Tuan. Then, a dark green light emanated from her spine. A phantom of a venomous python materialized behind her, baring its sharp fangs and lunging at Xiao Wu. Bang! The phantom of the netherworld poisonous python and Xiao Wu's invincible golden body collided suddenly. And the shockwave swept outwards like a raging tide. From the stands, Lu Qing watched the two fiercely battling on the arena, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Both Dugu Yan and Xiao Wu's attacks were filled with pressure, bringing out their fighting instincts honed through life and death experiences to the fullest. Yi Lingling gently touched her hair behind her ear and said softly, "Xiao Wu has really become more and more amazing over the past year. Although he only has level 54 soul power, he can still fight on par with Yan Yan, who has level 58. Go, Sister Xiao Wu, overthrow Sister Yan's rule." Ning Rongrong raised her right arm and laughed loudly. Lu Qing smiled slightly. After all, it has gone through a trial between life and death, so it must be different now. Zhu Zuqing turned her cool eyes to look at him, a faint smile playing on her lips. With Lu Qing's help, she has become much stronger over the past year. I heard that her older sister, will also be participating in the Soul Master competition with the Star Luo Royal Academy. She suddenly became very eager to see what kind of expression her sister would have when she found out about her current strength. I hope you won't disappoint me then, sister. Little ones, everyone's here. At that moment, a magnetic voice came from behind the crowd. Ning Rongrong turned around and was overjoyed. Dad, what brings you here? What, can't Dad come to see you when he has nothing to do? Ning Fengji gently patted her head and scolded her with a smile. Then, his gaze swept over Yi Lingling, Zhu Zuqing, Zhongju, Shi Yan and others, finally settling on Lu Qing. He said, "There are only 3 days left until the start of the Soul Master competition. I've come to see how your preparations are going. Everything is ready, we're all set to take the championship." Lu Qing nodded and smiled. Ning Fengji laughed heartily and said, "All right. Then I'll get started preparing your victory celebration banquet. Then Senior Ning, please remember to prepare plenty of good food, Lu Qing said. No problem. Ning Fengji smiled and patted his shoulder, then turned to look behind him. Your team uniforms have also been customized, and we'll send them over for you to try on. Lu Qing, Yi Lingling, and the others followed his gaze and saw Lu Erlong leading employees drive in Qibao Chamber of Commerce uniforms carrying 3 large boxes as they walked in. Meanwhile, when Dugu Yan and Xiao Wu saw Ning Fengji arrive, they lost their will to continue training. The 2 stopped fighting and went to the spectator stands. The moment the lid was opened, a refreshing scent of cedar wafted out. The neatly folded team uniforms gleamed like flowing water in the sunlight, with intricate thunder and flame patterns embroidered in silver thread on the lapels. The most prominent feature on the left chest is a sapphire-encrusted emblem of Jixia Academy. The emblem of Jixia Academy is an unfolded bronze scroll with the 2 characters, Jixia, in ancient seal script engraved in the center and a pattern of crossed swords at the bottom. When sunlight shines down, the patterns on the swords reflect a silvery light, echoing the thunder and fire embroidery on the garment. Wow, these team uniforms are so cool. Xiao Wu was the first to jump over, picking one up and holding it up against herself. The blue and white outfit was neatly tailored, with a smooth texture that also possessed a touch of resilience. This garment is woven from a blend of snow silkworm silk from the far north. Yi Lingling asked in surprise as she gently ran her fingers across the surface of the garment. Lingling has a good eye indeed. Ning Fengji gave a thumbs up. He put a lot of thought into customizing exclusive team uniforms for Lu Qing and his teammates. Both the materials and the workmanship are of the highest quality, all to ensure that everyone feels comfortable wearing them and can fight more freely. Everyone should hurry up and try them on, Ning Fengji said with a gentle smile. If anything doesn't fit, you can still get it altered in these 3 days. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly grabbed their own clothes and ran back to their dormitories to change. I must say, this outfit is really comfortable to wear. It feels weightless yet still has good resilience. The men's styles feature a subtle thundercloud pattern woven from ice silk, with a silver-threaded waist design that perfectly accentuates their upright and slender figures. The girls' skirts were adorned with subtle ice crystal patterns on the sleeves and hems, creating a beautiful, flowing effect like shimmering snowflakes when they moved. It possesses both the dashing and heroic sea spirit of ancient knights errant and the refined elegance of academics. Lu Erlong nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, this is the style of our Jixia Academy. Chapter 123 Tianshui Academy arrives. 2 beautiful deans meet. Lu Qing also thought the style of the team uniform was pretty good, but the color wasn't to his liking. He prefers darker colors like black or purple. But it looks alright now. So he stopped worrying about it. Ning Fengji stayed at Jixia Academy for half a day. After seeing the training results of Lu Qing and the others, he left with peace of mind. After finishing their intense training that day, Lu Qing and the others decided to give everyone a 2-day break. Only by balancing work and rest can we be in the best condition to face the upcoming Soul Master competition. And so, the next day arrived. Shi Yan and the others hurriedly left the academy to go home and visit their parents. I'll also invite them to come to Tiando City to watch my matches and let my parents feel proud too. Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling also went to find Dugu Bo and Yi Renxin. Ning Rongrong has also returned to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Lu Qing, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Zhang Zhu stayed behind to rest in the academy. However, Xiao Wu is someone who can't sit still. She heard that many Soul Master academies had already arrived in Tiando City, so she won Ted to drag Lu Qing and the other 2 into the city to join in the fun. Let's also see what kind of opponents they're about to face. Lu Qing thought this idea was not bad. Since I'm just idling around anyway, I might as well go and find out some information about other college teams. Zhu Zuqing and Zhangzhu agreed, finding this to be true. Then, the 4 of them walked out of the academy together. Before they could even leave the academy, they ran into Lu Erlong and the academy's reception tutor. Judging from their hurried manner, it seems they are heading towards the academy gate. Upon encountering Lu Qing and his group, Lu Erlong's eyes lit up immediately. Little Qing, you've come at the perfect time. I was just about to send someone to call you. Lu Qing and Xiao Wu exchanged glances. Somewhat surprised. We were just about to go to Tiando City for a stroll. Sister Erlong, did you need something from us? An excited glint flashed in Lu Erlong's eyes. You've come at the perfect time. My dear friend from my youth, Shui Lingyun, has brought the Tianshui Academy team with her. They are the strongest teams in this Soul Master competition, so it's a good opportunity for you to get to know them in advance. Tianshui College. Everyone is very familiar with the name of this college. The first high-level Soul Master Academy on the entire continent that only accepts female Soul Masters with Water Attribute Martial Souls. Together with Blazing Fire Academy, Divine Wind Academy, Thunder Academy, and Elephant Armor Academy, they are collectively known as the 5 Elemental Academies. Lu Qing found it strange that he had been by Lu Erlong's side for so many years but did not know that Lu Erlong knew people from Tianshui Academy. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Lu Erlong's eyes. Back then, I had just founded Lanba Academy and was dirt poor. I couldn't even afford to build a decent school building. It was quite a coincidence. Once, on the outskirts of the Stardo Great Forest, I happened to encounter Shui Lingyun being attacked by soul beasts, so I rescued her. After experiencing that emotional setback, she went through a period of time where she stopped trusting any men. Shui Lingyun, for some reason, deeply resented all men at the time. Because of their shared experiences, the two became best friends who could talk about anything. Later, Shui Lingyun used her family's advantages to help Lu Erlong establish the Blue Tyrant Academy. Lu Erlong reciprocated by helping Shui Lingyun a great deal. But ever since Shui Lingyun became the dean of Tianshui Academy, and Lanba Academy was renamed Jixia Academy, the two did not see each other for a long time and could only communicate through letters. Lu Erlong never expected that as the dean of Tianshui Academy, she would personally lead the Tianshui team to participate in the Soul Master competition. What she didn't expect was that she was already outside the gates of Jixia Academy. Sensing the familiar fluctuations of soul power, Lu Erlong's eyes flashed with surprise, and she immediately called out to Lu Qing and the others. Xiao Qing, let's hurry up, don't keep them waiting. After saying that, she led everyone quickly toward the academy gate. Soon, the group arrived at the main gate of the academy. Lu Qing looked up and saw 8 girls in ice blue uniforms standing there like winter plum blossoms. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be the famous Tianshui girls group, right? Indeed, each of them had such a cool and gentle appearance. And though he had seen countless outstanding women, he couldn't help but take a second look. The tall woman leading the group brushed aside her wind-blown silver hair and greeted him with a cool smile. Erlong, it's been a long time. Lingyun. Lu Erlong strode over and excitedly embraced the tall woman. Lu Qing followed closely behind, and only after getting closer did he get a good look at the appearance of the dean of Tianshui Academy. With phoenix eyes and red lips, she resembled Lu Erlong by 7/10, but was more aloof. The ice blue long dress clung tightly to her exquisite figure, and her long legs, clad in crystal boots, were faintly visible beneath the high slit of the skirt. How should I put it? It's beautiful. It's breathtakingly beautiful, but it was also a beauty that chilled to the bone. After embracing for 10 breaths, the two immediately separated. Shui Lingyun looked up at the ancient-style academy gate and smiled. I never thought that the former Blue Tyrant Academy would turn out like this. Look at this gate, it's much more impressive than the gate of our Tianshui Academy. Lu Erlong laughed and said, this gate was actually designed with Xiao Qing's help. I thought it was good at the time, so I agreed to build such a gate. Upon hearing this, Shui Lingyun's gaze swept over Lu Qing, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Zhang Zhu, who were standing behind Lu Erlong. Shui Lingyun looked at Lu Qing and asked, is this little boy the younger brother you often mention? Yes, you should have heard of his name, our Jixia Academy's little war god. Lu Erlong raised his hand and gently patted Lu Qing's shoulder, his pride and joy overflowing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the 7 members of the Tianshui Academy team behind Shui Lingyun looked at Lu Qing with surprise and astonishment. Although they both live in Tianshui City, the reputation of the little war god of Jixia Academy has long spread there. One of the girls, with her short, light blue hair, looked at Lu Qing with eyes full of admiration and infatuation. She unconsciously cupped her flushed cheeks in her hands, her large, light blue eyes sparkling like stars. Wow! Even more handsome than rumored. That waistline, that gaze. Before coming here, she thought that the legendary god of war of Jixia Academy must be a rugged-looking man. I never expected him to be so incredibly handsome in person. The girl's scream made Lu Qing raise an eyebrow slightly. He glanced at the blushing blue-haired girl, nodded and smiled naturally, and replied, "Nice to meet you all." The blue-haired girl hurriedly hugged the woman beside her and screamed, "Sister, pinch me." Am I dreaming? A woman with long, icy blue hair, but taller than the blue-haired girl, glared at her speechlessly. This girl's infatuation has flared up again. Shui Lingyun glanced back at the blue-haired girl, both amused and exasperated. Then, she turned to Lu Erlong and introduced them. These two are members of our Tianshui team, Shui Binger and Shui Yue. The woman with long, ice blue hair took a step forward with her younger sister and gave a slight bow. Shui Binger, Shui Yue, pays her respects to Dean Lu. Lu Erlong nodded slightly, then asked, "These two people, could they be?" "Yes, they are twin sisters." Shui Lingyun nodded with a smile in her eyes, her ice blue sleeves fluttering as she pointed to the women lined up behind her. "Binger is the captain of our Tianshui team, and the vice-captain is Shui Wu. And this is Yu Hero, Shen Luyu, Ji Yu Qingbo, and Chu Ruoshui." Lu Erlong's gaze swept over the group of girls who looked like sculptures of ice and snow, and he smiled as he pulled the people around him over as well. "This is my son, Xiao Qing. You've all met him before. This is Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Zhang Zhu, and the others are all out of town and not at the academy." Chapter 124 The Clingy Shuiyue. Xiao Wu's jealousy has overturned. After the members of the two academy teams got to know each other, Lu Erlong led Shui Lingyun, Shui Binger, and the others into the Jixia Academy. It was the first time that Shui Lingyun, Shui Binger, and the others had entered the academy, and they were immediately captivated by its beautiful environment. Wow, there are even peach blossoms falling here. How beautiful. These peach blossoms smell so good. Snow dance. Look, the petals have all fallen onto the fountain. Doesn't it look like the ice crystal goblets of our Tianshui city? They even keep moon jellyfish here. Wow, they look so beautiful glowing under the peach trees. ... Shui Lingyun was also quite surprised by the changes here. She had visited Lanba Academy once before she took over Tianshui Academy from her mother. How can I describe it? Compared to now, Blue Tyrant Academy back then was like a simple thatched hut. The Jixia Academy now resembles a finely renovated castle. Although Shu Binger was also shocked by the environment of Jixia Academy, she did not show it too obviously. On the contrary, seeing Yu Hero and Shen Luyu running around like they'd never seen the world before, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Can everyone please be a little more reserved? Don't make a fool of yourselves. I'm so happy to see such a beautiful environment here, Chu Ruoshui said playfully. Sticking out her tongue, Shui Binger shook her head helplessly, her gaze sweeping over Shui Wu and the others, but she suddenly froze. By the way, where's Yue? Shui Binger couldn't find her younger sister, so she hurriedly searched everywhere. But instead, he saw her following closely beside Lu Qing, her arms wrapped around his, her rosy cheeks upturned as she chattered incessantly. "Senior Lu Qing, I heard you achieved a 49-game winning streak in one day at the Heaven Do Arena, is that true? That's really amazing. Our Tianshui city also has a Seoul Arena. But unfortunately I have never won more than 10 matches in a row." Her fluffy blue hair flew up and down with her jumping movements, making her look just like a clingy little sea otter. But I didn't notice at all that Xiao Wu's face behind him was as black as the bottom of a pot. Those eyes stared at her fiercely, as if they wanted to devour her alive. Where did this little devil come from? She's been sticking to Lu Qing ever since she came in, chattering away non-stop. And this stinky willow branch. Can't you just take your hand away? Not to mention Xiao Wu, even Zhu Zuqing and Jiang Zhu felt uncomfortable seeing Shui Yue's actions. Could it be that Tianshui College is planning to use a honey trap to abduct their captain? Practice makes perfect. The more you fight, the more you'll win. Lu Qing replied with a smile. Shuiyu looked up, blinked her innocent eyes, and asked, "Then, Senior, can you teach me?" No sooner had the words left her lips than Shui Binger's soft voice suddenly rang out from ahead, "Yue." She strode over, pulled her younger sister away from Lu Qing, and gave her a helpless glare. Then, she turned to Lu Qing and apologized, "I'm sorry, my sister." "It's all right. Junior sister Shuiyu is very cute." Lu Qing still had a warm smile on his face. Shuiyu was already feeling wronged after being dragged over by her sister, but upon hearing Lu Qing's words, her eyes immediately lit up like stars. Senior Lu Qing is the best. She broke free from Shui Binger's hand and jumped to Lu Qing like a happy little dolphin. "Again, I've already let you off this time. Why are you pushing your luck?" Little Wu Rabbit's ears perked up slightly, her pink eyes narrowed into slits, and she hopped directly to Lu Qing's other side, hugging his arm as well. She deliberately raised her voice. "You stinky Lu Qing. You promised to go with me to buy carrot cake last time, why don't we go now?" Shui Yue blinked curiously and asked, "Does Senior Lu Qing like to eat carrots?" Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, but before he could answer, Xiao Wu answered for him first. She said, "He likes it the most. We even made a promise to Aya. Tea all the carrot pastries in Tiando City together." After saying that, Xiao Wu raised her chin at Shui Yue and wiggled her rabbit ears triumphantly. Shui Binger, Yu Hero, and the others all sensed a hint of gossip. And all 6 pairs of eyes were fixed on this side. Lu Qing sighed and ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, then laughed, all right, but we're entertaining guests right now, we'll go later." After saying that, he suddenly turned to Shui Linger and asked, "Junior, would you like to join us? The desserts this girl recommended are really good." Xiao Wu's eyes widened instantly, and her heel accidentally stepped on the tip of Lu Qing's boot. Feeling a slight pain in his toes, Lu Qing smiled bitterly to himself. This girl's kicks are even more ruthless than when dealing with evil spirit masters. This scene was witnessed by Zhu Zuqing and Zhongju behind them. The two exchanged a glance and raised their eyebrows at each other. Xiao Wu did a really great job. Shui L. Ingyan also noticed the interaction behind her and couldn't help but smile, saying, "The children in your academy have such a good relationship." Lu Erlong glanced at his younger brother being surrounded and attacked, his eyes gleaming with an obscure and strange light. "Yes, it's just a bit too lively." Afterwards, led by Lu Erlong and Lu Qing, the students from Tianshui Academy toured the current strength of Jixia Academy. The perfectly simulated training ground was something even Shui Lingyun envied. Although Tianshui Academy is a top-tier high-level Soul Master Academy in the Tiando Empire, its simulated training ground is far inferior to that of Jixia Academy. "I really envy you, Erlong. In just a few years, you have developed your academy into such a place, and you have so many abundant cultivation resources." Shui Lingyun laughed and said, "How about we merge Tianshui Academy and your Jixia Academy after the Soul Master competition?" Lu Erlong was stunned, unsure either her best friend was joking or serious. After all, Tianshui Academy is the culmination of the Shui family's efforts over many years, and Shui Lingyun has also poured a lot of effort into it. Just as she was wondering how to answer, Shui Yue raised her right arm and cheered. "Great, then I can stay with Senior Lu Qing forever." Shui Binger glanced speechlessly at her dim-witted younger sister, while Lu Erlong and Shui Lingyun were both amused by her and burst out laughing. Lu Qing then spoke up, saying, "Dean Shui, your suggestion is quite a test for people. If the boys in Academy were to spend all their time with the girls from Tianshui, they probably wouldn't even know how to use their martial spirits anymore." These words immediately made Yu Hero, Shen Luyu and the others burst into laughter. The atmosphere eased. Lu Erlong also said, "If we really have to merge, then Lingyun, you can't run away as the dean. It'll be a good opportunity for me to take a vacation. Are you trying to shift all the blame onto me?" Shui Lingyun shook her head and chuckled. "Oh, the capable should do more work, right?" Lu Erlong smiled slyly. Shui Lingyun gave her a disgruntled look, then turned her head and saw the soul arena of Jixia Academy. Sensing the overflowing soul power fluctuations from outside the soul arena, there must be people training there right now. So she asked curiously, "Erlong, can we go over there and take a look? It would be a good opportunity to see how you guys usually train." Okay. Lu Erlong agreed without hesitation, and then led Shui Lingyun and all the members of the Tianshui Academy team toward the Seoul Arena. Chapter 125 3 against 7. Tianshui team gets completely crushed. In the spectator stands of the arena, Lu Erlong and Lu Qing led the students of Tianshui Academy to stand in a row and watch the battle between the students on the Seoul fighting stage. Shui Lingyun, Shui Binger, Shui Wu and the Oath Ers were increasingly surprised as they looked. The ordinary students from Jixia Academy who were fighting in front of them didn't look very old, but each of them was at the level of a 3-ring soul master. Moreover, their combat skills are far superior to those of ordinary students at Tianshui Academy. His moves were clean, swift, and decisive. When you see the two students on the fighting stage clashing fist to fist, the light of their soul skills tearing each other's flesh apart, Shui Wu couldn't help but exclaim, "Are they out of their minds?" Lu Qing said calmly, "They are still in the academy. And the opponents they encounter are at most classmates who will hold back. But once they leave this academy, the enemies they will encounter will be far more ferocious than these." Shui Lingyun nodded slightly, her heart filled with deep emotion. No wonder the students who have graduated from Jixia Academy in recent years have been so outstanding, and even the Imperial Militar. Why has such a high regard for graduates of Jixia Academy? Not to mention, it also nurtured Lu Qing, a genius who is the most renowned. This training method, which focuses on actual combat, is indeed unique. Watching the trainees training on the Seoul Arena, an idea suddenly popped into her mind. Thinking of this, Shui Lingyun immediately turned to Lu Erlong and asked, "Erlong, could our Academy wise children also have a few days of special training here? Of course, do we need to be so polite between us?" Lu Erlong said with a smile. After receiving Lu Erlong's permission, Shui Lingyun breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It won't take up too much of your time. One day should be enough. It won't delay anything. Our college team is on vacation and has been resting and recuperating recently." Lu Erlong smiled and took her arm, then suddenly turned to Lu Qing and winked. "Little Qing, it seems I'll have to trouble you again." "I'm fine with everything." Lu Qing nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger, Shui Wu, and the other girls from Tianshui Academy immediately brightened up. Shui Binger turned to Lu Qing and smiled, "Little war god, then I'll have to trouble you later." "No trouble at all, it's just a small matter." Lu Qing glanced at the group of eager girls and waved his hand with a smile. Etc. Xiao Wu suddenly stepped forward, put her hands on her hips, and said, "We want to join in too." "Yes, Captain, your soul power level is too high. Let us handle it," Zhu Zuqing said calmly. Although Zhongju didn't speak, she was expressing her attitude by nodding repeatedly. Lu Erlong and Shui Lingyun exchanged a glance, and both deans sighed and rubbed their foreheads in exasperation. The special training hasn't even started yet, and the tension is already palpable. Soon, after the trainees on the Seoul fighting stage finished their training, Xiao Wu, along with Zhu Zuqing, Zhang Zhu, Shui Binger, Shui Yue, Shui Wu, and others, successively ascended the Seoul battle platform, and they all released their martial spirits one by one. Shui Binger, Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix, Level 43 Control Type Battle Soul Master, please give me your guidance. Snow Dance, Martial Soul, Delicate Snow Dance, Level 42 Auxiliary Type Battle Soul Master. Shui Yue, Martial Soul, Jade Dolphin, Level 36 Agility Attack Type Battle Soul Venerable. From the stands, Lu Erlong saw the Tianshui Academy students activate their martial souls and soul rings, then turned to Shui Lingyun and smiled. "Lingyun, the tall end of your Tianshui Academy is not bad either. 3 soul masters, plus 4 high-level soul venerables, such a lineup would be enough to fight against all the rivals in the soul master competition. And you're talking about me. Aren't those 3 little girls even stronger?" Shui Lingyun looked at Xiao Wu and the other 2 who had also activated their martial souls and soul rings. Especially when you see the 5 spirit rings on Xiao Wu's body, while Zhu Zuqing and Zhang Zhu both have 4 spirit rings. Furthermore, when 2 of them were already at the 4th level of the 10,000-year spirit ring, Shui Lingyun was already utterly shocked. I never expected that any 3 random members of the Jixia Academy team would be so strong. So, just how powerful must Lu Qing be, the strongest of them all? Shui Lingyun turned her head and glanced at Lu Qing. But she found Lu Qing staring intently at Shui Binger, his brows furrowed, looking thoughtful. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Little one, is something wrong?" "Let's talk to Dean Shui after the fight is over," Lu Qing said. Shui Lingyun frowned slightly, turning to look at Lu Erlong with a puzzled expression. Lu Erlong understood her younger brother's meaning perfectly. After years of companionship, this tacit understanding needs no words, a single glance is enough to convey everything. She also looked at Shui Binger, thinking to herself, the Ice Phoenix is, after all, a top-tier beast spirit. And how did that powerful ice attribute energy make him a control-type soul master? Just then, the battle on the soul arena began. Although Shui Binger, Shui Wu, Shui Yue and the others were shocked by the soul power levels of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Zhang Zhu, they did not back down. On the contrary, they demonstrated the tacit understanding they had developed over the years. Shui Binger's powerful ice elemental abilities allow her to control a wide area of the field. Snowflakes danced gracefully, their delicate snow ribbons drawing beautiful arcs in the air. Her martial soul is extremely special, like a blooming ice and snow flower, and she must use dance as a medium to unleash her soul skills. As her dance moves changed, she unleashed a series of area of effect control skills, creating excellent opportunities for her teammates. After Shui Binger and Shui Wu simultaneously used their soul skills to control the field, the 4 soul masters, Shui Yue, Yu Hero, Ji Yu Qingbo, Shen Luyu, and Chu Ruoshui, launched a fierce attack on Xiao Wu and her 2 companions simultaneously. But Xiao Wu and her friends are no longer the same as before. Especially for a long time in the past, they followed Lu Qing and the evil extermination team to kill evil spirit masters. Having undergone trials of blood, their combat abilities have risen to a new level. Zhu Zuqing's speed only increased. Under the control of Shui Yue and her 3 companions, as well as Shui Binger, they transformed into afterimages, wandering in the shadows in search of an opportunity. Xiao Wu stepped forward and activated her 3rd soul skill, teleportation, moving between Shui Yue and the other 3. Zhangzhu's healing staff released a green healing circle that covered the entire area. Although they are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. However, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, with their invincible golden bodies and unpredictable movements, gained an absolute advantage from the very beginning. Zhu Zuqing had her sights set on Shui Wu from the very beginning, unleashing her 3rd and 4th soul skills simultaneously for a guaranteed victory. Before anyone else could react, Shui Wu was already eliminated. Xiao Wu, amidst the encirclement of Shui Yue and Shen Luyu, unleashed her invincible golden body, enduring all the damage before kicking everyone away. In less than a minute, the Tianshui Academy team was reduced to just Shui Binger. This huge difference made Shui Lingyun's eyes widen in astonishment. "All right, the sparring can end now," Lu Qing suddenly called out. Xiao Wu crossed her arms, turned around and walked towards Zhu Zuqing, giving her a high five. Zhangzhu continued to release healing spells to heal Shui Yue and the others' injuries. At the same time, Lu Erlong and Lu Qing also came down with Shui Lingyun. Shui Lingyun looked at the siblings and asked, "Little ones, have you figured anything out?" "I can tell." Lu Qing walked to the center of the soul battle arena and looked at Shui Wu, Shui Yue and the others who were somewhat dejected. After all, the team had trained for so many years, and yet they were easily defeated by just 3 people. Anyone would have done the same. Lu Qing smiled and said, "You don't need to be so disappointed. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing are among the elite of our academy. They have been through a lot of battles, and their soul power level is higher than yours, so it's normal that you can't beat them." Shui Binger shook her head and smiled bitterly. "Now that you say that, we feel even more upset." "Actually, your advantages are also quite obvious," Lu Qing said with a smile. "Your teamwork is excellent, and your combat awareness is also quite good." The students from Tianshui Academy all raised their eyes sparkling with surprise and joy. "So, they do have some great advantages, don't they?" But Lu Qing suddenly changed the subject. "Your ability to control the field is excellent, but this also makes your offensive ability insufficient, which is the biggest weakness of your lineup. Chapter 126 Guiding the Tianshui Girls Team. The Soul Master competition begins. After hearing Lu Qing's words, Shui Binger and Shui Wu exchanged glances. Are they weak in offensive capabilities? Two strong attackers and two agile attackers. Lu Qing stared intently at Shui Binger and said, "Your Ice Phoenix martial soul is a top-tier beast martial soul, eh? It should have been even more dazzling than the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus and the Fire Phoenix. However, you chose the wrong soul skill, which is completely biased towards the control type, resulting in a significant weakening of your offensive capabilities." Everyone was stunned when these words were spoken. Shui Binger turned her head and exchanged a glance with Shui Lingyun, both of them somewhat at a loss. Is it wrong for an ice-type character to go down the control route? Excessive control-type soul skills have restricted the sharpness of the martial soul itself. Lu Qing raised his left hand, and his left arm emitted an icy blue light as an even stronger ice attribute power condensed in his palm. Then, he raised his hand and flicked it to the right, and the ice attribute power in his palm instantly transformed into an ice spike that shot forward. Immediately afterwards, a loud bang was heard as the ice spike landed on the soul fighting platform, instantly freezing the platform with a thick layer of ice. The ice attribute inherently possesses powerful attack capabilities as well as considerable control abilities. Lu Qing looked at Shui Binger and said earnestly, "Your soul rings should prioritize strong offense and use control as a secondary option. But you've completely reversed your priorities. You're focusing on control, which has greatly weakened your offensive capabilities. This is why, although your team has 5 players with strong offensive capabilities, you don't have a stronger ability to break through when facing strong teams." As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Wu said weakly, "But, the captain and I also have a martial soul fusion skill." Shui Lingyun nodded slightly and said, "Binger and Shui Wu's martial soul Fu Scion skill is called Ice and Snow Drifting, which also has a very strong offensive capability. If Shui Binger possesses even stronger offensive capabilities, their combined martial soul fusion skill will be even more powerful." Lu Qing said confidently. The girls from Tianshui College looked at each other, speechless for a moment. After a brief silence, Shui Binger hesitated before speaking, "But now, my soul skills are already fixed." Lu Qing shrugged helplessly. "Indeed, it's too late to change things now, but we can replan the acquisition of spirit rings in the future. Your current control is more than enough. You can choose more offensive soul skills later to make up for your weaknesses." He paused here, his gaze sweeping over Shui Wu, Shui Yue, Shen Luyu, and the others. With everyone's current strength, making it to the finals should be no problem. But if we want to break into the top 3, Lu Qing didn't continue speaking, but shook his head. The unspoken meaning is self-evident. Are there any other ways? Shui Lingyun asked. She certainly hoped that Tianshui Academy could achieve a good ranking in this Soul Master competition. Even if the Y can't beat Jixia Academy and Spirit Hall Academy, they can at least compete with Heaven Do Royal Academy and try to grab 3rd place. Lu Qing smiled slightly and said, "There are still ways, but how far we can go depends on everyone's efforts." Shui Binger quickly stepped forward and said, "We will definitely try our best." Shui Yue rushed over and hugged his arm tightly. "Senior Lu Qing, please. Can you give us some pointers?" Shui Lingyun looked at Lu Qing and smiled, "Little guy, then we'll leave them to you." "Of course I have no problem with that." Lu Qing nodded and smiled. Lu Erlong tenderly patted her younger brother's head. This brother had really gone to great lengths for this family. Training their own academy's team wasn't enough, now they're training other academy teams too. If it weren't for the fact that Tianshui Academy was her best friend's academy, she wouldn't have wanted Lu Qing to do her a favor. Seeing this, Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing also wanted to join in. They dared not let Lu Qing be alone with these girls from Tianshui Academy. What if he was kidnapped by them? Lu Qing naturally had no objection to this. With only a day and a half left until the Soul Master competition, he wasted no time and immediately conducted a training session for Shui Binger and the others. Since Shui Binger can no longer comprehend her own soul skills, then we can only strengthen the abilities of Yu Hero, Shui Yue, Shen Luyu, Ji Yu Qingbo, and Chu Ruoshui. He appointed Yu Hero, who possessed the strongest soul power, as the core and rebuilt a new offensive and defensive system. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing also participated, mainly providing special training for Shui Yue and Ji Yu Qingbo, two agility-type soul masters. The two fought with lightning speed, and their fierce attack rhythm caused them a lot of trouble. However, with Lu Qing's guidance, Shui Yue and Ji Yu Qingbo gradually adapted to the pace of this high-speed duel. They began to use their own martial soul's water attribute soul skills to create a slowing field, looking for opportunities to counterattack while defending. Meanwhile, Yu Hero was positioned in the center as the core, while Shen Luyu and Chu Ruoshui provided support and cover from the flanks. The five players cooperated more and more seamlessly, and soon formed a formation that was both offensive and defensive. Although they were still being suppressed by Xiao Wu and the other two's attacks, they were no longer as disheveled as before, and were even able to organize effective coordinated counterattacks from time to time. The day passed quickly. After a day of training, everyone, including Shui Binger and Shui Yue, was exhausted and out of breath. After returning to the dormitory that Lu Erlong had prepared for them, they lay down and fell asleep immediately. When they woke up again, it was already the next day. At this time, Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong and the others also returned one after another. They had originally brought back gifts for Lu Qing, but then he saw him leading Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, instructing a group of beautiful girls, and he was completely stunned. What's going on? They only left a day ago, right? Where did these beautiful girls come from? Have we traveled through time? Later, after Lu Erlong explained, they learned that T.'s group of people were guests from Tianshui Academy. During the preliminary and qualifying rounds of the Soul Master competition, they would stay at the academy. Upon learning this news, Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, and Ning Rongrong all frowned in unison. Especially when they saw Shui Yue always intentionally or unintentionally getting close to Lu Qing, the girls' eyes looked like they had been filled with 3 large vats of vinegar. Those eyes of theirs seemed to want to devour Shui Yu alive. Time passed by, bit by bit. After another day of training, Shui Yue, Shen Luyu, Ji Yu Qingbo and others showed significant improvement in their skills. But at the same time, the Soul Master competition finally began. The day the competition opened, it was early morning, before dawn. The streets of Tiando City are adorned with colorful flags symbolizing various academies, and the distant booming of cannons can be faintly heard. At Jixia Academy, Lu Qing, along with Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Zhang Zhu, Shi Yan, and others, had already donned their team uniforms and gathered at the academy's gate. Standing next to them were the Tianshui College GIRL group members in their light blue team uniforms. The men stood tall and straight, their spirits high, their fighting spirit like a sword drawn from its sheath. Lu Erlong walked side by side with the leader of the Jixia Academy team, and Shui Lingyun. Is everything ready? Lu Erlong's gaze swept over everyone, including Lu Qing and the Tianshui team. Everything is ready. Lu Qing nodded solemnly. Then let's set off. Lu Erlong raised her eyebrows slightly. Today, let the whole continent witness our might. Chapter 127, the first day of the preliminaries. The rest area where undercurrents are simmering. The All-Continent Elite Tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies is the most grand event on Douluo continent every 5 years. Starting 3 days ago, the entire Ndou city was already experiencing a phenomenon of people flocking to the city. Especially around the Heavenly Battle Arena, every hotel or inn in the vicinity is fully booked. To ensure the smooth running of the competition, the Heavenly Dou Empire also dispatched more than 5,000 city defense troops to maintain order. This demonstrates just how attractive this event is to people. Right now, the Heaven Dou Grand Soul Arena was absolutely packed with people. Not only ordinary people came to watch this top-level event. There were also nobles who came specifically to recruit powerful soul masters. And some young girls whose hearts were beginning to flutter with romantic feelings. After all, this is the most prestigious soul master competition in Douluo continent, and all those who can participate in this competition are young elite geniuses from various high-level academies. If we could recruit even one of them, that would be an incredible stroke of luck. Especially when Lu Qing and his group appeared. The girls' screams were deafening and echoed through the sky. There is no other reason. Compare the team uniforms of other colleges. Let's take a look at the team uniforms of each member of Jixia Academy. The boys, represented by Lu Qing, all appeared handsome, cheerful, and radiant in comparison. The girls, led by Douluo Yan, were all as beautiful as angels. And following closely behind them were the members of the Tianshui team, who were goddesses in the hearts of countless soul masters. Finally, there was the appearance of Lu Erlong and Shui Lingyun. The essence of the two beautiful deans brought the screams from the male soul masters present to a fever pitch. If it weren't for the Heaven Do Empire's city defense forces guarding the area, those male soul masters would probably have rushed over and started showing off their love on the spot. They successfully entered the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena, which was bustling with activity. Although the remodeled Heaven Do Arena can accommodate more people, it cannot dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Wow, so many people! Ning Rongrong exclaimed in disbelief, looking around in astonishment. Looking at the surging crowd, Lu Qing smiled and said, "To be honest, I'm suddenly a little nervous in this kind of situation. Little brother Lu Qing, if you're scared, you can come into your big sister's arms, and I'll comfort you." Ji Yu Qingbo teased with a smile. Chu Ruoshui, Shen Luyu, Yu Haro and others beside him couldn't help but laugh, their laughter shaking with joy. Douluo Yan, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu glanced over, secretly cursing the little vixen in their hearts. Afterwards, the two beautiful deans, Lu Erlong and Shui Lingyun, went to complete the final registration process to ensure the accuracy of the participant list. Lu Qing then led everyone to the competition rest area of the Great Soul Arena. This area is specifically provided for rest and waiting by students from various Soul Master Academies. It has over 1,000 seats and is very spacious. Lu Qing and his group were clearly not the first to arrive. When they arrived at the competition rest area, people from other colleges were already waiting there. Lu Qing looked around. Most of the people in the college don't recognize him. Oh, I do see someone I know. Yu Tianeng, Yu Tianxin, and the twin stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Those following the two of them, aren't they the members of the Thunder Academy team? Wow, they arrived so early. Yu Tianeng also noticed them. He streaked up and gave Lu Qing a gentle fist salute. Although Yu Tianxin followed his movements, her eyes flickered and she didn't dare to look at them. It seems that the exchange competition that year left a deep shadow on him. And he still hasn't recovered from it. Lu Qing smiled and nodded in response to Yu Tianeng, then led the Jixia Academy and Tianshui Academy students to an empty spot to sit down. Lu Qing sat in the middle of everyone, in the most conspicuous position. As soon as he sat down, he felt that everyone in the rest area was staring at him. And many people came with intense hostility in their eyes. "Little war god, it's been a long time." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Lu Qing turned around and saw Yu Tianeng. He actually ran over from the Thunder team. "How have you been?" Lu Qing didn't have much of a bad impression of him, so he returned the greeting with a fist and palm salute. Then, he asked with a smile, "So, are you confident of getting into the top 3 in this year's Soul Master competition?" "Haha, the top 3 include your academy, Martial Soul Academy, and 2 Royal Academies vying for the title." "We're not so lucky," Yu Tianeng joked. Lu Qing leaned back slightly and looked in the direction of the Thunder team. "What, do you have so little confidence in your team?" Yu Tianeng said with a wry smile, "I wish I could have confidence. But unfortunately everyone has been traumatized by you." "Then how come you're all right?" Lu Qing reached out and gently punched his chest, laughing. "I admit I'm not as good as him, so I don't feel any pressure." Yu Tianeng laughed. Then, he gently patted Lu Qing on the shoulder, "But you have to be careful this time. Everyone knows you're going to represent Jixia Academy in the competition this year. So they're all putting in their best effort. Lu Qing, the little war god of Jixia Academy, is the most renowned genius in the Heaven Do Empire. Who wouldn't want to challenge him? If we win, we'll make a fortune." But Lu Qing was not afraid at all. "Let them come. They can't beat me with one hand." As they were talking, several more teams from Soul Master Academy entered the rest area. Yu Tianeng also explained to him at the right time. the group wearing fiery red team uniforms with flame patterns on their shoulders as the Blazing Fire Academy team. Walking ahead of them were their captain, Huo Wushuang, and his sister, Huo Wu. The one next to me wearing a light blue team uniform is from Shenfeng Academy, and the captain is Feng Xiaodian. They're all geniuses. Lu Qing's lips curled up slightly as his gaze followed the members of the two academy teams. Following closely behind the two academies into the rest area were a middle-aged man with a crew cut and a black-haired boy. Just as Yu Tianeng was about to introduce him, Lu Qing spoke first, laughing, "You don't need to introduce him to me, I know him. It's the Royal Fighting Team's second team, led by Yu Shaogang." There was a bit of a conflict between them before. Yu Tianeng's pupils contracted slightly. Yu Shaogang, isn't he the uncle who awakened a mutated martial so? But whose innate soul power was less than level 1 and was kicked out of the family. He actually clashed with Lu Qing. Lu Qing sneered, "Back on the streets of Tiando City, their students tried to fight me. But I crippled 3 of them." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianeng gasped sharply. "Do you want to fight him? Are all the people my uncle, whom I've never met, brought so brave?" Meanwhile, Yu Shaogang led the black-haired boy and 17 members, including Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, into the rest area. The first thing everyone saw was Lu Qing, who was sitting at the very front. In that instant, a flame of anger ignited in Dai Mubai's eyes, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Although they hadn't officially met for a long time, his hatred for Lu Qing had only deepened over time. Especially when he saw his former fiancée sitting right next to him, he gritted his teeth and wished he could rush over and tear Lu Qing apart. In contrast to his anger, the black-haired youth concealed his resentment well, simply staring intently at Lu Qing with cold eyes. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, although she was terrified, she still insisted on standing behind Dai Mubai. Interesting. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, and his chilling killing intent pressed down on the black-haired youth and his companions as if it were a tangible force. In an instant, he black-haired boy and Dai Mubai and the others were struck dumb, their breaths suddenly stopping. The entire rest area was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the members of the academy team felt the terrifying killing intent. And unconsciously held their breath, their eyes all falling on this side. Enough. Yu Shaogang suddenly stepped forward despite his killing intent, blocking Lu Qing's path. Although he was so frightened by Lu Qing's murderous intent that cold sweat beaded on his forehead and his legs were trembling uncontrollably. But at this moment, in the eyes of the black-haired boy and the others, that figure was incredibly tall and imposing. Lu Qing merely gave a cold snort and withdrew his gaze. Dai Mubai's eyes were already bloodshot with rage, and his violent soul power surged around him. He was about to launch a sudden attack on Lu Qing. "Stop." Yu Shaogang hurriedly grabbed the two of them and pulled them into a corner. "We can't make a move now, in front of everyone." He lowered his voice and said to the group of black-haired youths, "When you meet in the preliminaries, you'll all attack together using the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. Understand? I want you to utterly crush him in front of the entire continent." Chapter 128 Preliminary Round 1. Jixia Academy vs Kanghui Academy. After Yu Shaogang dragged Dai Mubai and the others away, Yu Tianeng also wisely left. At this moment, Shui Binger and the others from Tianshui Academy finally came to their senses. Shui Yue leaned over Shen Luyu and asked softly, "Senior Lu Qing, what did they do to offend you?" "Just a bunch of clowns," Lu Qing said nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Douluo Yan, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhang Zhu and the others finally realized what was happening. It turns out that this group of people were the ones who blocked the entrance to their college last year, demanding justice. But those people were knocked unconscious and driven away by Lu Erlong. Upon seeing Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing quickly made the connection to them. But from beginning to end, she only gave Dai Mubai one glance, and never looked back at them again. "So it's them," Xiao Wu snorted. "I missed them last time. If I run into them in the competition this time, I'll definitely kick them to death." She had long been dissatisfied with that so-called theoretical master. He seduced and abandoned Erlong in his early years, and then used blood ties to blackmail her. Thinking of this, she turned her head fiercely, her gaze slashing at Yu Shaogang and the others like a knife. The three male trainees, including Shi Yan, stared directly into Yu Shaogang's eyes without any fear. However, Shui Binger and Shui Wu didn't understand what had happened and looked at each other in confusion. Shui Yu winked playfully and said with a smile, "Since you hate them so much, senior, why don't we help you get revenge later?" Lu Qing chuckled. And casually flicked the girl's forehead. "Why bother arguing with a bunch of ants? Just play well once the match starts, and don't forget what I taught you." "Oh." Shui Yue rubbed her throbbing forehead and shrank back in a pitiful manner. Shui Binger smiled and said, "I won't forget. Just wait and see how we dominate the battlefield." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and nodded slightly. As time gradually passed, the rest area for participants in the Great Soul Arena was already full of people from various academies. Lu Erlong returned with the team leader and Shui Lingyun, informing them that the opening ceremony was about to begin and they should get ready to enter. So, Lu Qing led everyone away from the competition rest area and onto the entrance passage. Once the Saint AFF had gathered all the college teams in the entrance passage, the opening ceremony officially began. All the college teams began to enter the arena in order. Each college's entrance is greeted by a dedicated MC. Lu Qing's Jixia Academy ranked 2nd, while Tianshui Academy ranked 6th. When the blue and white team uniforms of Jixia Academy appeared at the entrance of the passage, the entire Seoul Arena instantly erupted in cheers. The screams of countless girls nearly lifted the ceiling, and even Emperor Shui in the VIP seats had to cover his ears. Lu Qing, who was walking at the front, twitched his lips slightly. He didn't know which brilliant person came up with the idea, but they even designed an opening ceremony for the Soul Master competition. It's supposed to be a guest-level elite competition in the Soul Master world, but now it's being treated like a school sports meet. Instead of all this showy stuff, let's just have a real fight. Finally, all the college teams had entered the arena. Immediately afterwards, Emperor Shui stood up from the VIP seats and officially announced the start of this year's Soul Master competition. The moment the words fell, the entire Great Soul Arena erupted in a cacophony of salutes. A thunderous roar erupted from the stands, and the flags of the various academy teams fluttered wildly amidst the surging soul power. Ning Fengji, seated in the VIP section, nodded slightly. As he glanced in the direction of Jixia Academy, he smiled and nodded gently in acknowledgement. Lu Qing also noticed Ning Fengji's actions, so he nodded in response. Crown Prince Shui Qing Qian Runshui, who was sitting beside Emperor Shui Yi, noticed the two's movements. Her gaze swept back and forth between Ning Fengji and Lu Qing. Before she raised an eyebrow at Lu Qing naturally saw her action and quietly gave her a thumbs up. The opening ceremony has now officially concluded. Next, it was time for the draw. The first round opponents for all academy teams in the arena will be determined by drawing lots. Lu Qing, Douluo Yan, and the others watched as Solace, the Hall Master of the Martial Soul Temple of Tiando City, walked to the Master of Ceremonies and began the drawing of lots. The crowd immediately started discussing what kind of opponents they expected to face next. "I hope we run into these bastards in the first round." Xiao Wu's pink eyes burned with fighting spirit as she looked at Yu Shaogang and the others from the direction of the Heaven Do Royal Academy next door. Clearly, he's still holding a grudge about what happened before the opening ceremony. Douluo Yan, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Zhang Zhu, and even Shi Yan all nodded in agreement. Their first battle will be against these shameless bastards. Let everyone know that Jixia Academy is not to be trifled with. Lu Qing simply smiled and remained silent. However, in the opposing Heaven Do Royal Academy camp, Dai Mubai's eyes burned with the fury of revenge, while the black-haired youth stared at them with the coldness of a venomous snake. Without a word, the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, as if a single spark could ignite the entire scene. Just then, the MC announced the results of the first round of the draw. In the first round of the preliminary rounds, Tiando Royal Academy will face off against Xixing Academy. The moment the voice fell, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and the others felt utterly bored. Damn it, they actually escaped. Xiao Wu glared fiercely back at the black-haired boy and his companion. It's all right. Every team in the Soul Master competition has to compete against each other once. They'll meet sooner or later, Douluo Yan said with a calm smile. But there are so many teams. Ning Rongrong looked around. She just counted, and there were a total of 28 academy teams participating in this Soul Master competition. If we're unlucky, won't it take a long time before we can teach those guys a lesson? As they were talking, the MC on the side of the VIP seats announced loudly again, first round of the preliminary round, Jixia Academy vs Kanghui Academy. Upon hearing this, Shi Yan was taken aback. Kanghui Academy? Which academy is that? Douluo Yan, Yi Lingling, and the others all frowned slightly. In their minds, Kanghui Academy seemed to be just a second-rate academy. And that was all they remembered. Lu Qing said, "This academy is not simple. All of their team members have gem-type martial souls and know a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill. Everyone be careful." "Captain, you know so much about that academy?" Shi Yan asked in surprise. Lu Qing shrugged and smiled. "I learned about their existence by chance when I was traveling around the empire before. And I also learned about them." However, that was all he knew about Kanghui Academy. The only memorable thing about them is their grudges with Tang San and Dai Mubai. On one side of the VIP section, the MC continued to announce the results of the draw. Tianshui Academy's first opponent is Flame Radiance Academy. Thunder Academy's opponent is Oakland Academy. After all 28 college teams have completed the draw, the first round of the competition is about to begin. Lu Qing led everyone back to the competition rest area and sat down with the girls from Tianshui Academy again. Lu Erlong and Shui Lingyun also came over at this time and sat down behind them. "Don't be nervous when you go on stage, okay? Just play the way we train," Lu Erlong said softly, reassuring everyone. Lu Qing turned around and smiled. "Don't worry, Sister Erlong, we won't be nervous." "Yeah, Sister Erlong, she's not a very strong opponent. Just watch us," Ning Rongrong said playfully. Lu Erlong nodded slightly. "That's good. I was worried that you would be nervous participating in the Soul Master competition for the first time. It seems that I was overthinking it." Chapter 129 The Level 70 Battle Soul Emperor appears. The overwhelming power of the Mo Dao. The first match of the first round of the preliminary competition officially began amidst cheers from the crowd. As members of the second team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Dai Mubai, along with the black-haired boy, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and 4 other team members, all made their appearance. But when everyone saw their appearance, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. This team is actually the second team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Dressed all in green, are they toads? Laughter rose and fell from the stands. But it sounded particularly grating to Dai Mubai and his companions. Dai Mubai's eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth angrily as he looked around. The black eye-red boy suddenly raised his hand and gripped his shoulder tightly. "Boss Dai, let them laugh if they want to. They'll shut up when they see our strength." In the stands, Lu Qing couldn't understand why the Shrek Academy students were still wearing green team uniforms. Although the name of the second team of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy doesn't sound very good, to put it bluntly, they are just substitutes for the main team. But at least they can enjoy the same treatment as the home team. Surely the Heavenly Do Royal Academy wouldn't even refuse to give them team uniforms. Then, Lu Qing noticed that the 3 members of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, who were sitting below Emperor Shui Yi in the VIP section, had faces as black as the bottom of a pot, and he immediately made a guess in his mind. This is probably just another way for Yu Shaogang to protect his fragile self-esteem. Immediately afterwards, the members of the Purple Star Academy team walked onto the field with their heads held high. Although this academy is not ranked highly in the Heaven Do Empire, its current momentum is in no way inferior to any strong team. Compared to Dai Mubai and his group, whose faces were gloomy. Each of them radiated confidence, and their every move exuded high morale. At the same time, the MC on the VIP side began to introduce the team members participating in this competition. Lan Hao, Martial Soul. Blue Silver Grass, Level 41 Control Type Battle Soul Master. Upon hearing this, the previous laughter instantly turned into gasps of astonishment. Blue Silver Grass Martial Soul. Level 41 Battle Soul Master. Can these 2 words be combined? Isn't Lan Yin a useless martial soul? How did he manage to cultivate to the Soul Master level at such a young age? In the competition rest area, Shui Binger stood up in astonishment. Unbelievable, how did he do that? Lu Qing's voice came calmly. Although they are both blue-silver grass, their bloodlines are different. Didn't you notice that his blue-silver grass has something different from ordinary blue-silver grass? The roots and leaves seem to have some golden veins, Ning Rongrong replied after careful. Li observing the blue-silver grass summoned by Lan Hao. Lu Qing nodded slightly. That should be the symbol of the blue-silver king's bloodline, or even the legendary blue-silver emperor. Phew, you scared me. I thought blue-silver grass could rise to prominence too. Shi Yan patted his chest and laughed. Immediately afterwards, they heard the MC introduce all the members of the second team of the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy. To the surprise of the entire audience, apart from Lan Hao, who is a soul master, the second team of the Heaven Dou Royal Academy also had other members. Dai Mubai is actually a soul master. Moreover, its martial soul is the extremely rare and top-tier beast martial soul, the White Tiger martial soul. Soul power level has reached level 42. The remaining Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and 4 others were all at the high-level soul venerable realm. Now, no one dared to underestimate this second team of the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy. With such strength, he would be a key player in any academy. Everyone couldn't help but sigh, only the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy could have such a profound foundation. Hearing the compliments around them, the expressions of E3 academic committee members of the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy improved considerably. In contrast, the strength of the Purple Star Academy is relatively ordinary. Apart from one Soul Master at level 41, everyone else was at the Soul Venerable realm. Furthermore, there are only 3 high-level Soul Masters, the rest are low-level Soul Masters. However, they remained eager to fight even when facing Lan Hao, Dai Mubai, and others who each had 2 Soul Masters. The moment the competition began, Purple Star Academy displayed excellent tactical skills and teamwork, directly challenging He's second team of Heavenly Dou Royal Academy. But the next second, Lan Hao's blue-silver grass sealed off the entire field like a spider web. Dai Mubai's tiger roar shook the heavens, coordinating with Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire line. Together with a student named Tyrone, the two of them forcefully tore through the Purple Star Academy's defenses. The match started off one-sided. Although Purple Star Academy was well prepared, they were at a loss when their formation was disrupted. The level 41 Soul Master was entangled and bound by Lan Hao's 4th Soul skill, while the rest of the Team Embers were defeated one after another under the strong attack of Dai Mubai and others. Within just 2 minutes, all 7 students from Qing Academy collapsed to the ground. In the end, the Secon D team of Tiando Royal Academy won their first victory with overwhelming force, causing an uproar among the audience. In the VIP section, the 3 academic committee members of the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy were talking in hushed tones. Looking at the fierce battle between the second team members on the field, Meng Shenji stroked his beard with satisfaction. It seems that this second team is really good. Maybe they can really make it to the finals with the home team. That's true. Jilin nodded in agreement. With 2 Soul Masters, Dai Mubai and Lan Hao, in charge, the overall strength is much stronger than in previous years. Bai Baoshan's gaze, however, passed over the arena and landed on the striking blue and white figure in the rest area. Suddenly he asked, shouldn't it be Jixia Academy's turn to play next? According to last year's rankings, they should be the second team to play. Upon hearing the words, Jixia Academy, both Meng Shenji and Jilin's expressions darkened slightly. The previous Jixia Academy team was very strong, and they managed to fight the main team of Tiando Royal Academy to a standstill. But this year, an even fiercer little monster has arrived at Jixia Academy. We must be careful. Meng Shenji immediately turned around and instructed the academy instructors behind him. Give the order to carefully record the characteristics of the Mart IAL spirits and their combat habits when the Jixia Academy takes the stage. Especially that Lu Qing, his combat data needs to be compiled separately. The academy instructor had just nodded when the MC on the side shouted loudly. Many thanks to the second team of Tiando Royal Academy and Qing Academy for giving us such a wonderful match. Next, let's welcome the second match of the day. The highly anticipated Jixia Academy is about to make its appearance. Faced with this championship favorite, What tactics will Kanghui Academy employ to withstand their fierce attack? Let's wait and see. Lu Qing patted the armrest of the chair, stood up and said, "Let's go, let's give the audience a shock." Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Shi Yan all stood up. They followed the arena staff to the entrance passage and found that the Kanghui Academy team was already waiting there. Upon seeing Lu Qing and his group, a short-haired young man stepped forward to greet them. "Little war god of Jixia Academy, I've long admired your name." "You're too kind," Lu Qing replied, clasping his hands in a fist salute. "When we get to the arena, I hope you'll give me some pointers, little war god," the short-haired youth said. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow and grinned, "Definitely." As soon as he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of the arena staff running in from outside, urging them to begin entering. "Let's go." Lu Qing waved his hand and led Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, and the other 6 people out of the entrance passage. The moment the 7-0 them appeared on the Great Soul Arena stage, a deafening roar of cheers instantly engulfed the entire arena. The blue and white team uniforms reflected a flowing luster under the soul-guided light, and the bronze ancient scroll school badge on the left chest shone brightly. At the same time, the MC's enthusiastic voice resounded throughout the venue. "Now I will introduce the most anticipated favorite to win this competition, the Jixia Academy team. The first to approach us is their team captain, Lu Qing, martial soul, blood-patterned Mo Dao, soul power level." The MC's voice abruptly stopped, accompanied by a gasp of surprise. Everyone present looked at each other with puzzled expressions. "Why did you stop halfway through your sentence? What's your soul power level?" Even the Emperor Shui, seated in the VIP section, frowned slightly and glanced at the master of ceremonies with displeasure. Qian Runshui, Shui Qing, and Ning Fengji both smiled without saying a word, and even covered their ears in advance. The next second, Level 70, Lu Qing, captain of the Jixia Academy team, is a Level 70 Battle Soul Emperor. The MC's hoarse shouts echoed throughout the venue, and the last word, Emperor, even had a sharp, metallic tremor. In an instant, the entire Great Soul Arena seemed to be muted, and the audience fell silent. Chapter 130 Team Debut. The prelude to the era of Jixia Academy. The scene was silent for almost 10 breaths before everyone reacted, once both contestants were standing on the ring. But the audience's reaction wasn't one of gasps or surprise, but rather disbelief. Is it fake? Or did they just mishear? Not level 70, but level 40, or maybe level 50. Hee, the Heavenly Do Empire's official efforts to create a myth have gone a bit too far. Some people looked at Emperor Shui in the VIP seats with meaningful glances. What we can see is not how satisfied the Snow Knight Emperor was with the scene, or how excited and ecstatic he was. Instead, astonishment. The scepter, a symbol of royal power, had fallen to the ground, but he made no attempt to pick it up. What, even the Snow Knight Emperor doesn't know? Dugu Yan, vice captain of the Jixia team, martial soul, Azure Phosphorus Serpent Emperor, level 58 power attack Soul King. Meanwhile, the MC on the VIP side was still using his passionate voice to EC. Ho in every corner of the Great Soul Arena. Yi Lingling, a member of the Jixia team, possesses the martial soul, Sacred Heart Begonia, and is a level 54 healing type Soul King. Xiao Wu, a member of the Jixia Academy, possesses the martial soul, Soft Bone Rabbit, and is a level 55 agility attack Soul King. Jixia Academy team member Ning Rongrong, martial soul, 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, level 44 support type Soul Master. Zhu Zuqing, a member of the Jixia Academy, possesses the martial soul, Netherworld Cat, and is a level 45 agility type Soul Master. Shi Yan, a member of the Jixia Academy, possesses the martial soul, Rock Giant Beast, and is a level 44 defensive Soul Master. Silence. Another deathly silence. The entire audience fell silent, their pupils dizzying as they stared in disbelief at the handsome men and beautiful women dressed in blue and white team uniforms on the fighting stage. This is insane. Jixia Academy has truly gone mad this time. Not only are there Soul Emperors, but there are also 3 Soul Kings and 3 Soul Masters. Even if it's for fame, is this really necessary? Even Shui Binger and Shui Yue from Tianshui Academy were dumbfounded. They were still fooling around with each other the day before the competition started, and now there's a Soul Emperor. And a Soul King and a high-level Soul Master. Really? Shui Lingyun turned to look at her best friend and asked in surprise. Lu Erlong shrugged smugly. Won't we know once everyone awakens their martial souls? As soon as she finished speaking, a surge of soul power swept outwards like a raging tide. Lu Qing and his group, who were already standing on the arena, all summoned their martial spirits. Dark red lightning exploded in the air, and the blood-patterned sword slammed heavily to the ground. The soft-boned rabbit radiated a pink glow. The sacred heart begonia trembled slightly, scattering pure and gentle dappled sunlight. The 9-jeweled glazed pagoda shone brightly, its light illuminating everyone present. 6 spirit rings, 5 spirit rings, and 4 spirit rings landed on each of them. In particular, the 2 dark red soul rings on Lu Qing's body were filled with an extreme sense of oppression, causing many people present to hold their breath and their hearts to pound wildly. It's true. It's really true. They really are the Soul Emperor and the Soul King. The exclamation rang out again, even more heart-wrenching than before. These are not fabricated or false documents. The Jixia Academy team really does have Soul Emperors and Soul Kings. Ning Fengji and Qian Runshui had anticipated this reaction, so they both smiled and remained silent. Ning Fengji looked at his daughter on the stage, his pride overflowing. Qian Runshui looked at Lu Qing, who was standing at the front of the group, and frowned slightly. Seeing the spirit rings on Lu Qing and his team, the teams from various academies in the competition rest area all exuded a deep sense of despair. Everyone is still striving to progress from Soul Master to Soul King. What is so special about Jixia Academy? It's one thing to have 3 Soul Kings, but there's even a Soul Emperor. In the corner, Yu Shaoging's face was so gloomy it could drip water. His eyes were bloodshot, almost as red as Dai Mubai's, as he stared intently at Lu Qing and the other 7 people on the field. Dai Mubai stared intently at Zhu Zuqing's back, his fingernails digging deep into his palms, bleeding without him even noticing. He never expected that his fiancée, who was once weaker than him, would now surpass him. On the battle arena, the students of Kanghui Academy could most directly feel the oppressive aura emanating from the Soul Emperor and Soul King. The Hort-haired youth leading the group shook his head and smiled wryly. How are we supposed to fight like this? You should know that a 5-ring Soul King is already qualified to be a teacher at their academy. Their leader was also a 7th-ring Soul Saint. Now they are facing 3 high-level Soul Kings and a Soul Emperor who is already level 70. Just fight casually, Lu Qing said with a light laugh. Holding the blood-patterned sword in one hand, the short-haired youth nodded slightly and smiled. All right then. We'll have to use our ultimate move. Upon hearing this, the 6 team members behind him flew out one after another, but not to launch an attack. Instead, they stood around Lu Qing and the others. Lu Qing glanced around and quickly noticed that their positions formed a 6-pointed star formation. The formation was centered around the short-haired youth. The instant they all released their martial spirits, the identical gem martial spirits refracted rainbow-like light. However, the 7-colored light was not just light, but rather like a viscous liquid, penetrating into the bodies of Lu Qing and the others. This is the strongest combination of our Kanghui Academy. The 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique, 7 Asura illusions. The short-haired young man smiled modestly and said, "Please give me your guidance." Ning Rongrong sensed the danger immediately and released her soul skill. Enveloping everyone, Yi Lingling's martial soul, Sacred Heart Begonia, also released a pure and gentle white light, stabilizing everyone's spirits. The moment the 7-colored light enveloped the entire arena, the entire soul arena was instantly distorted into a bizarre and fantastical illusionary space. Suddenly, an image of Dugu Bo lying on the ground, covered in blood, flashed before Dugu Yan's eyes. In Xiao Wu's pupils, the raging flames of the Star Do Great Forest were reflected. Zhu Zuqing saw herself being choked by Dai Mubai, while her sister Zhu Zuyun sneered from the side. At this moment, everyone's inner demons are materialized in the illusion. But everyone looked at the scene before them, but their hearts remained calm. The next second, sizzle, a dark red lightning bolt tore through the illusion like an angry dragon, and Lu Qing's blood-patterned blade emitted a piercing buzzing sound. His eyes suddenly blazed with silver light, and his materialized spiritual power shattered the seven-colored mist that enveloped him. The illusions that were trying to erode his consciousness had barely taken shape when they shattered like crushed glass. Then, he lifted his foot and took a step forward. Bang! The ground trembled and cracked open in a spiderweb pattern. In an instant, the violent pressure of the level 70 Soul Emperor transformed into a hurricane, forcibly pushing the remaining seven-colored light back 3 zhong away. Taking advantage of this moment, Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures glazed pagoda shone brightly. Using the gap that Lu Qing had created, the glazed aura of amplification protected her teammates like a dam. At the same time, Yi Lingling's sacred heart begonia blossomed with a bright, clear moonlight, purifying all the phantom poison that had invaded everyone's bodies. PFF'd. All 7 students from Kanghui Academy coughed up blood. The backlash from the violent breaking of their martial soul fusion skill caused them to kneel on the ground. The short-haired youth looked up in disbelief, only to see Lu Qing's broadsword already pressed against his throat. "It's over. I thought I could hold you off for a while, but I didn't expect to lose so quickly." The short-haired youth sighed, looking down. "Your 7-in-1 fusion technique is indeed impressive, but unfortunately you've run into us." Lu Qing grinned, then sheathed his blood-patterned blade and turned to walk towards his teammates. At that moment, the silence in the audience was instantly ignited. The thunderous cheers symbolized the official start of the era belonging to Jixia Academy. Chapter 131 The Snow Knight Emperor's Fear. Yu Shaoging's mentality collapses. In the VIP section, Emperor Shui stared intently at Lu Qing and the others who were returning to the entrance passage, his dark eyes revealing an unfathomable emotion. His gaze fell on Ning Rongrong in the group, and he leaned slightly towards Ning Fengji. "Ning Qing, that must be your daughter, right?" Emperor Shui asked curiously. "Shouldn't your daughter's martial soul be the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda?" How did it become the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda? This is all thanks to Lu Qing, the captain of the Jixia team. Ning Fengji's lips curled up slightly, his pride overflowing. He said, as he who helped Rongrong find the method to evolve her martial soul and break the limitations of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda." Hearing their conversation, Shui Qing Qian Runshui leaned closer as well. She said, "This Lu Qing is indeed very insightful. I have met with him several times and have been greatly inspired by him." "So that's how it is." Emperor Shui looked at Lu Qing, who was walking at the front of the group, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The evolution method that the ancestors of the 7-treasure glazed tile school had sought for many years without success was so easily achieved by Lu Qing. Moreover, he possesses such great talent and strength. Furthermore, Lu Erlong and the Jixia Academy are also behind it. If this child cannot serve the Heavenly Dou Empire in the future, he may become the biggest hidden danger. It's all those 3 idiots' fault for making the relationship between the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy and Lu Qing so strained. Emperor Shui was furious when he thought of that year's exchange competition. He looked down coldly at the 3 academic committee members of the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy. Hunting's shame years, they still speak. That's all. No stress is real them, and be true. They linked until they're on years. Lure on the light, so versus the having full out, even living at two emerald, but I read their portion, but like years, whose hands and having emeralds, trillion and loading at, Varro for Lucy, our hunts, soul, and my soul, and system. Adel, a bogles and out, chassil, they're not bound to certain climb on two sides. Area east be the better, hit on efforts, ish the soldier seems closer. He would be so active, he was tea, I will have you about to you. As we need this, bird of the sun rack, she turned into the middle of that eye. Strength and minister, suddenly his belief shines. Narvel, the alliance will be both from us. Each to win the autumn, very to the after the then on Swanson Mariner. Teach you conscious for the better fun at the liar, blimsy from soldiers. Roll, later in that words fit, should be sincere, ditch in the event. Then, but inside that feels from confide by a new all cutting fish from next, rings of middle all out. She ran for the city that no hat. Some days second, her, then was a red on fish, rang, she's one beckoning. Third, we have, he win who's their shit. Fun ready to experiment, I bust it after a round of chin, I've missile, but it has all realized the second, as almost out. After all, I've some burn to touch it, that's it, so acted. This did cool hustle, locus and Saturday. Then, had you owing for Saturday high. Stream reveals up there. Thus, the university or loom and cheese. You ace how winding out. My loom is hurt by curtain arrow. You had 6 foot. Staff and grow. They end on each change. That's another 2 bomb mill. So she's photo. She know the right would not all his it would say, hey, you see, I sing, say, closes. Some 2 did a 3 album. When you'll had an arrow time would be high. So it's silly prudence and head behind way. More tea napping for Yossi. Loom rap rule for. Then more with the eye. Have been showing down over there. That you have fish the boy. Shan him did thus hide and high. Oh, Shan show our has. The idea takes good double aggravation for that. Yeah, right when those lingers will spire and is with the low. Oh, and obviously fresh that activate or in some gossip. Mean hush. That do is ear tosh all hash will chaos. The influence made I can not. She did all because now our left happened to give it red. So he is by boom. He do all rug and not say need. As man who's change friends are playing to and to move it, but the house. Who made I can I didn't get it. Could you like the sack to deal with it? Playing go out it. Our circuit get fall. Shandas. Ninks it. Looting being was we. Eligible sack. You know the and she right hit. And they off from that you took first. For at the publication in after all. Us isn't just king wonder even what thing. If there is on fall hit. Change not entry three getting to your in the beyond and brooch her. We did also as a fan. Volvo Edmund Joe Tundy. We would lost her. Or being in her hairs. Looting is that. Point jar. Had red and that. What Larry kept. Snap looting action roy and her kept doing name years. Shan just but like if the burn day near him shandig. The pen and underbrow now. After into our head. Fed till they saw on so for the unders. Shibner anyway way to the area and up in the kitchen. Couldn't see the hand so they have fun. Oh, can do the thing they and there's no truth for them to brutal and still have ears. Wait, you upset up from the yacht. Flop the sex piece. The effortless would I want they leave her shape can't be chasing. But she can eat that saw me all night doing good and fit speak. Just let you edge where they're into flash. She wrote us and goes and from the Harry for the to understand fun into Zuchi out. And Zuchi must better than she sold. If on that can defeat was possible. Injuries that you from gushing having someone on the show. Just was orchid. Sarah Zuchi's like had the lush had big and very hard gun. See the fruiting shy with and on matter of the scale concepts. Zuchi were time and the circle wired. So I don't Logan's voice saw it is if he stays schnossly. Can you put her? Then a slur little ranch to that. Slum brat give the letter. Harry how piece of his own head is zoom romance. Golden brat slowly. The me right what? Shibble of this. Sad up to next. Give on. Oh, here it. Loom ready with us. Who's it been my zoozing the music shadow was on show. She said, holy, it's where he's Zushik let all it. On was in my test. Zush, I did not. Chin in the world. I was the Darrell Hunter. Feast her and brainer. I was on a side. After on chin. The boy. Good then brought me out in using it. Bound lead was in blemish. After you have till lane. And I'll bite it. She bad and dead. I got then. I did. Explore and undid. Solution is pro receipts. Trends on the aberrations. Saying that all can keep her. That don't she opened this bad. She had love. Shall I should say you would. He do the method. He wouldn't survive. He would allow you to turn us away and to pursue. We think the die for the years are. Wriggle the collision. Nah, here's a zooting. Into zing and little feed this. Add with this. Till the dance. So they live there. Booch loads after the bank. That's a such. Throw out there. See this chat. Numpy out. Who's sell. From me so deeply up on the eye. The ass short of me. Ian still under just blue. My herself in need. So then it won't ship they. If I will so that zoozing the detail. App joining up. Lush Harley. And could get way to pushing out. Let's spot to. Yeah, next zoot. Do not sit and all more than years. Was on us and us all areas luckily. As rough they saw under Betty K. Julie either a slow look behind. The DFC I had everyone's death lay of their own. 3 hours and shall raise play. And the she of living in years. Since each soldier gun their cottage tomorrow. Everyone did insert. The lot will quilt over bloom the other page will be right. She neither can strip but moose for. Here the odds of how say the son sister with her. Or mom now cutting. He is is with door I have zooting. Shalom Jui Satan. Orly. The vein the purple and our cast class. At la zooting wind the abisa I busted in eating ivory begin for tobacos. Yish there you algae totally say it's all done back aside to add algae say we I bought you from the in chest and blow out and all you interest. Read the head okay but they said there is a read fit. And don't do I just instantly leadership. If you will do should be function of him. I English southern here never had. Stiff in the is also I wonder the bootings world to team. Steve Alus him at Loom from Milton of day. Doing umpires do get shit that's jet and on our day. Up since you logically I the but said I bought him a hit just I working. Didn't doing us into the doing our voice zush and ears heavy. And they found dub boss was doing other guys and best with the double air. And doing us in auto Ujing, Lori, Mai, he, one, Schwimmeln, pointed Manocus, Ujing Azar, Asians, do and the Azaway, Damen, she'd say the best spring, Duding Star, my lit, I need to do it. I know all left, I watch it for his skin, who's me, just in my back, in any wing, the upper flew of Sven, we have in the me, Kinder Sar, Erlong, and John for me more, Zoom from the Qing, who had ling us, on his bar, Shirin Red Moon, Better Rabbi, Dash her resist, Zoom away, and my gun words, I bought the Ixel, he wanted to zoom his rat, Zoom, don't want to back, call it for myself, I bought it for the Zoom, should back, bin at Zoom, and their given, jawing and Harry, sorry. 24 Yadi rolling to Zing Watson, yes, or him, or you stand high air, Joe was so a tree being these antidote, but it has all his gear up, zooms and was for things, all and show it right. Another is never all line, stand this shall we keep do basting. So she can eat Vic and and was so losing result. A bloom for everyone's cousin freaking done basting. He should and well have bundle. How did I go and cat it real off of so did him, losing out, I'll take some air. She was using that door, we have the feel that I each time I left you, zooming my own at increase, but real more. As lip sure. Like I said, it early off from her. Dean, out raw, ealing hospital says, no, in like other here, they couldn't taste with the vice persuasion and the also says, the top power, or your rest of the little chino, what vice, sick I waiting, to the iris is I messed on, they use the company, for Elton, you are permitting massage, assassination, the good see it, there's on the issue every way. Same cool, surrender, we all and them, as being second, the third should forget them, and the Ashna one Evans, Desily Dave Voltron, she answers Rex, all day, like, can eat mash, oh, said the monster DK, they're not to go here, as wait in their over their fence, true her losing out, how, it's the, it's the air, it's Smith, lady, shed, wouldn't say in the chairs, that's even Douluo, Maju Model, you fox, confirm, just back to yourself, others men for no house, some turtle, air, I like her, swords, it, Lucian, didn't, as I, liquor, who's his hot, here, like, baseball, we for favor, wooden bull, and the business word, you are, who waiting, she will out, he met him out and most out. They will act for in contact here. Anyway, when you quick to blame me, 8 options are to make you and there's the all that was his cell set first the check on red. You have to shun the ill fell into the show you take this. W we ain't to fire. It not to share must be shots the little winger. I think if I knew they might shame right not they will with rare. Now am I on and Emerson my voil at foods. When I walk this video here, even master the near machines already 10. Year get to land follow on them. She mostly ending we you know out can so the picture say. Hunting at and I am in her back but she her one older land. She'll make do as I say third picture. Since now my must be by true to the you're just like I'll do mindfully clear way here. Don't listen to me. What I'm after I go say so. Wait bitch run dead check. Oh she is doing now. They're for there. One while yes I was this that she won. Aside that went to the left hand had a mesh. Yeah, but I feel shoulder. On Liz exmized. And on right in portal. So that transit. Mr. Cheers never big me to the way. I saw my face. So wait. I'll see in 50 at alright. Out the door key. Still out secondary. The money asked to cut it down for first. Eat or control AT. I also blizzard back and send your shoe right ads. You feel shy. On the bus now. I saw stars born there. Share and also have this cycle. So I see. 100 euro. You will be by. I bought I half. I damn from Witness. It could just get no. Or what is I offered here? Should be over man. What usually was mere space and either clap. Putting your head and head of the up in his eye. Your lower half swinging beside. As a much old zooming eye. More east border in zone exhausted the vocal between. These are how you go. Zip at unsure story through grow. And not these go game. And I you will represent the space that right or works at Lucy Airbass sure is. She was so on that force when in full space no. There's the key that will have your face so you something lush. On the leaflets thing lead goes written. Best way you go ahead other his cause a not play apples red. Bus salesman genesis real favor. As the lowering winger is there to limit the stable back. And of say things souls true. I'll land watch them then. Our shade and Harrison to them. She morning is always going to hassle. Both hands from sight mid move. That's so I don't know. I don't believe that she is anywhere in bar. Erdos I see a symbol to the right that are descent. Shoe under the and roll face away. And how's Granny should see utility here he fired from there. Odds will send on dash away in people to spin us to Tyson but things tent being on temporary astro. The working permanent on wave senior. Damusel return for winner shoe. Well, you were in station absurd so I was in the symbol key wanted it should she was absent as Debbie she and ocean fights. Eight of them was ever lucifer half in my they said well she island and then I was if it was way you craves. You best metro you way she way in what them share you change move and up and ultra and hence being arms there and what ever do the time in the song. And she the nation deeply travel Jackson. But you outlet this for your family yes and the blood looking what I say off losing my bloody set so it was the hair for it in the it didn't sweat what am I denying coach hustles for the rule and back to me. Missouri out now when then I get rollers that's why 86 real issues but those eval schools and you rush the hell you go and then some can run play and I hold these somebody here players message spot it'll ready look wing huffing crazy over in our has I bus use machines holding click anyway out from today I mean we're in so that man that labs are never private free I throw station and the still of me I you can be what police from the cruise doing good my bill tip on the back to get started on didn't resort to hit hold away loud as house back section on there you appreciate in the nice those Texas for the webs and lows out and that the can head okay IHs the ends right share throw here send the house so I can road should be held by fish and most honey sauce most police on the ice he right out to hair swing there in the What's decided that either even if the in these species can lead hatches out and will add up to like members of the cautions and now here who can they say when his go and some Bible big up sign his that is how you use it responsible. You hear I'm supporting what was then you have had deep next to his eyes has it in so putting most gosh all in all do has yeah river littering shaker if him he had he has saying sure his head was and she so happy should quit it shot this all peaceful here it is us in there don't know all read so in rusa air and this you know that team turns by kill if been so sustenance you have become Steve he also says can all engine has to push it was the halfway you said this okay and the booster are successful is them to find limit us who will say so that surely in the fail they you out then can the free and can tire here will be successful that you also matter in my think the yes sure to essentially out of the church my body that I matter to the kids no some churches change well we should get out there and learn the we secret all web all and his and what the tins news have been rules and run you which us in there so thing goes around you should string on that but source now good lay luce AI all brings you so to all sections is always over the air is still over shop to read the team for the low and live as heavy like I to and you on there and lay down and words though yes we didn't legend and roll him the you have been taking you my remove there on TK he broke me ever so simply heard the agent team working here's the shackle and words watch it any this thing is loves steady within the article few I say all didn't have see with news open also this which one guards card looking bling away side do I another head bring days of the women had burned the eyes in the way and also use test and direct on said to a sharp and round nice areas completion I or compatible you know arsenal useful fountain trace honky this jackson to this stitcher so very never even one file and attempt similar to as if quick net of the interiors for an offer 10 during these best and full this VIPs with I and their step that I have the reports they paying 7 to full but that one is or to the gym they don't know that will later weighing lit you is fountain rare they will to shine food need to drop it be in me on grab this is job so the lunch sugar shader dates the it from there and I win and people with sound raw land Uber couldn't check and accessible dream is slip valley now and I bought near you more hearing worse doing the pump sitting I'd express as needed doing around sliding there that comparing I to as I show that stuff until neither chat but you can take water enough and on the more fish burning out for chicken and let it skin and now it works down in that lay neither and base they will drop don't deep for showing they there are or and there is for the sap active in girls all and the kitchen sketch but in our servant Aaron air from Ohio rule that them just me right the out lucid to the guest who they were out in just Charlton both rules and or FD the lowing sober of a all blood of Shabbat out and to I saw the French army didn't sit in isolate to even muzzling at Subic of fifth but was this at the all just the tongue of sea person Eoching numbers in the as the middle made romance Yarrow hunters island we for 6 the hand right but some equal the king the door here from the and as eventual ever happy this metro all as to learn the way if you do you me so active say rule who got cuz it's rushing the whole and every rocky exhausted for the list there you and it matters some is should be did for a message first to be some accepted deal wasn't see to hear back she out and the read clear into happy even the rubbish sin who have and fast ourselves he know the sentiment on the dairy ups her house nourishing no thing that we can she did if he frames sky in vision you been they might fed I stand and wish right she said I love will you prefer the names of with them speak the so marketins and I'll have to walk with those draft those marble true or the magic that was house full cake walkers made it may no best she had risk from hush I'll rest with her she was her since all out of what are something to her quoting from hush to session should allow for to have limit out who can begin so why ask what came to function out even if you're crying smatter asking that last for James at what do it out higher the players or who easy as why function chat your net or out will and all can do this is the condition other out no everything the or the rules and rights he shadow breach should ever to the means turns the will in those and I thought of fact again with us they ran how to drink that young way low like when right and he go hills flat his he had complete science will remember 50 right release of me so better complete ring shadow surely I'll understand how considerable actually and chat he his looks pay ring Qing he looked at you I said will go and for all I seek me who's known that would roar she had see us and show unfound the sock by again Viden's mirth he hasn't for new time readers right I open for their same now there's I had a bit of how of honey then will and can with oil little now a leh says so leh be bit all ass and partially made arms hit the calling us this is narrow that and so it's like an interest no yes this one said but obviously with the rule that you may face parties asked it story and tag reveals innovative for head oil cats snap cold balls there were to it initiate or I behind I hands for me this Bloomberg's are on the act they live in the place even office who's with them high the sure still give or game in my option that will give it and around very one interest rate full game plus or the wheel traffic air tap and I'll see it yeah hanging storm and sure very no yeah be last smith more than or the makes bearing unions no I got looting zush to my address or brings smooth out she has you're in the on the rare food and jones said peaceful tape oh zush on you can't Jerson I was infuriated. What did J at me? World keep the thrust here. Do you know are not this? Is he the now? Again, Mountain Sixteen, who Rufford Fidrich, as such shoot out, be spirit, water sir, and how as I left sober on his body. Having the I buff changed, however, full feet, the chosen behind is there. Easily sold I but rifling the shark. Colashing for F, and I actually, if it would has our others who shorted. Blue spingle in their kibbe, the effort was fine for fact show was after us. Slim delay, insert deal, each I otak, out the hubble, blue air dry zooming out, print have see, each hero band name, dub is treaty, M7 ass and more sable, the engine there, and out, send very decaser, sure enough, yet, names, print, the deal at, I with us, if all and blues foods have makes, he say from born to sentiment. It's sorted all either here and the ID buff configure. Bids below angel item has lisher looked by each and Kuzu and the Madran should have that total. Very evil seems for me had that my still not his element spot. Don't steer up, you just den for who's should go no. Go back to the or watch return for rich and drink wins. I might need cool to and dirty. You actually the doors no so when from the Austin sat that even though I had all to lose, they are the relation they see measure and then rotten. They don't really let even more in the cup. Interest seconds mid side for it am growing more. This is from like a being or recover. The asshole has been that down in bulldog. The form can my hat they've bazooed to and then trigger out. Lucia Lake or does living as it's a greater. It'll come on the mirror also to mish the code. Then stay. Or they have damage and also for first J at 7 windows in smash. Cindy. I had an which was in the event. Plus, I was happy if you were in Sinjur. Perfect. This is a humans to Smith. Freaking and slots 12 days. This is no keen to twins and smash. You would rather have a way on the door. This item truly has lost at any inch. It's J as zero. One will I up and refund for power. The mean rolling or candy. Okay, no, this segment. What then this I couldn't listen. I believe she shall be the sort of weird old thing. How knows unhaven will attack him rest. How you kids, how to kill it. Only time I feel black. Ever how we can know. Oh, say who less than he will and that is this time I can be here because I air is affecting the lyrics. Amy, how in way she do ball ross but weekend. Yeah, I to bless you net him will use just now shall they will make times. Wasn't link that because half. Be right I'm that better. I will do that. The arrow there's a voting and that's where it sense well easy that. I hear it looking in is much then reach. She where and you can get it and that would be. I'd last stuff some with the salt time. Who knows my win blood you. This link for slit wings to shot and wings not even gems or ever for the night. Seized to your distance and sport. Player girl Wilson text. And they said or between the user and you will look for this and come back to shoot pain in studies students out read and her until Robert Evan and some physical items. I don't slack thing of that. Lucy Lotus fall. I'm still in May. But you walking Uya Limburger Shin 3 Lucian and where light was go to the young out there on our as how I'm to be Lucia Shin and I'm missing that of Dallas 6 Luing it better deads to try us. Even I didn't find it. Flick chill change. Yeah, well, rise good. They live again. Put it in duck. I'll never think. I was get for Auschwitz. Shimple was sit on hat. Tash or tears by as we are 18 to Shimple use his eye. Second, the bank with Hewu. Also in strip. Ish, he had been looking at a protest. Who has number 10 Zinigan still here none the fuck. After I test muscles was Niffy then. Quaset Bevins Piss. Shotting Sweater. Shirley was some actin. Indicating no light. They wrecked. They'd hope me if no. Finty, they are for Phil Edis and Srev have Joaki by him. But Joaki, I have B6 if under the hay. I said, both Srev will rest what like me. So I can't see it. It's asking to react with I ain't the tuck. On third half of it. The skin to had clutch and fucking. Then as you use and have and I'm the second hero hat with the last to be as we have here. I feel feelings so rack or really. That by and on line out says that on his event. Our city and buying a parcel. Unkeeners people then the that. I fear tennis. Was stiff to and runs for baby. Loud with the Marcel. Erlong and the house cat over. All then look at me. Air was set in the no. And Marcel set with muscles. The big session first pressure and on the other pay. Nick that would that when shows one sir. As their time. What will say on such design and house as when shows. She was off the new. Far as Nick Marcel's clear and time loaded. You'll have one there all. I had how all is when shows. Personally about it. Your is room of the king. Brand one flexible. Arno Hayanis. What share one and read the no and not Marcel's direct. Further later weeks. Bago. Either felicitation. Yes. Back side we cuss in your all. It will rather just will be right by all. King is pretty and cuss hammer Marcel. Who is ash. Energy her the two in word. Bonus it will happen. The so absolutely. Then airway. Into Niagara. He'll not go to new angels. Leo I watch for. Story talk. What read it. Well. Chat. Enjoy at never awfully. They am ever. Now that you have him high mind. Pushing was pushing there's go on this and out at first. Young us and pretty one and wales are exact action. Cooks in order. We specific me. Waiting the set of sauce. Wasting the concept. Children said. Also had a pace. I'm been me. He's red beer. I asked. Our top back at right. Chasing when it happens. Sir. Jet. Do you him hot? And Dean Rass if you fingers to move Ashley. Do eat share or stare the calling out. Clocking not. It is soon. With Juba. Yes, slap handle. And Nora does been fish. Singing off hover all quan so by an actions. England use shift leaves were and doing the three shish I sent to do. Looking at his therefore. Niffy or on left. He is two all hot. Thrift around the room and yes. Niffy had deal. The city and roll him to rattle great key flies. Layouts her cash. Is a soul assist. And also has Arsenal. Early place Ross. Uncles and Ios and his reference also left. So when we out. Niffy and Van Vasably. Which has close and years. This will listen stopping. Out of the depth of the ass as here. Eat this Arsenal will run their time. I expect very little who have. Lulling on really a chicader. Turn the air in stirring. The air when the now the Hoduo. Nifty will ten ushers after counting. You have like Lu. Uju you catchy and then some year team to join on hay. I spare to. Uri beer assassinist. Lucia subslit. Nifty Lu no battle is at bit. The laws of the teach. I will pick my memo. If he changes mount others tells him. Today reaches show. Oh have you broken me. Double free Amazon. Alchil, Red Jason, Sikas, well, Chinkla, his ulcer, Ekas, Lee, Actuality, and the free way to us is we. Send the existing to the no at how is reason. You for the all sealed now. Angels punched are looking the sad rock, the three honey's, if in this so severe it will sleep or not. Long again. I've had stolen such a notch. Angels of the section is to read to do with your. If you did now, and the uncle, will go along with the and looking snap albums. That'll be in job settle. I'd sir also term. Who made him now? Oh, here, the American. Core was telling us most option. Niffy ran hard law, fleet at loss. Those head package the vegetable soul. Tired Cupid witnesses and cinder design. Keep it seen it. Ugly. Hatching the old jelly. Raw is all your to next second. At father, the Jones, but you come me. Please see at the iron. I'm cut the vegetable soul. Stop. Chat half yes, listen. Eat right butter and fudgy so I and tap. These are routines in a second of the Tinkin I say, yes, all I do but and go and went to him and he weird. I just know long. So can't do all out. And I'm sure good. Lucia has some just didn't go. And by look how Ray or to him. Yin Ying's road. Kingdom fish. Or doing go yes, we are. I didn't know I've to certain that. Yeah, do any liquidly. Including all and asking late. Sees holding up the outing. Looking good. Yes, this yes, sir. Skinny friend. Fuzz out and ask. Fat tree. And the boarding room. I feel. On to busing less reason. But boss in the back. Off the back. So merit to the air to read the head of her. All I have odin further. My loon. He ain't full scrubbing laughing out. Quaffing, lock from the room, never the lens of zip. I am even late, but she feel Terry surely he did me the blue. Her was a was yet, which was fair other money on from file. And she's linked over into the breads, lush him and mutton fresh. This old reversing, the zip would have entered cinder. What have him to the sensor, Edgum is Nicholas Lucia Dua. Oh, at each and poor on die, oh, Harrison, where she shading. Be at Luton's ration, how can we go east here? All you can, and finger at Harem, me, a redoing of no part. The psycher in their sister, Surpu, looting out, get hitched, dehussing, looting Osley, Doctor, at and I, the red cell, bullshit, and I hitch, shadow, there's the fast rare in Van BS, okay, so family, certainly look at the sale, the image sleep, looking at not to us sister. Me, Crown says, she and she was in the hall, it will found her, in her, Raish, and I hide enable, the string, insist me, earned by the increased his navel, and earlier rival. Were 7 meal choosing down to list your bulbs in his like his own length 30. Van and Scott was no submitted in all. She and looked her down, he foot at of her. That sincere look at the wing. Ye cockly, she was me on models and I. Lush and to his thing for admiration of the bedside. You're in the normal, can make the concerts out and and wearing her baby, her jiggle, sprint duo, I was born and appear, fluting, seeing with her, splickle, rampant of him, instead, my feels of full shadow. You take calls just like easy spread out, they do. Looting mock, dilk mod extreme, Sanji, trill shit, and in the light set, out how rainy unforced. The British lost some trio of him, we're all looking out light, and serious, racing for and royal doors. Luke style, I bet all, if he was hearing this, I only was a son, and way of work, looking his horse slowly, and touching to best for his alcohol do was all, who are and will see, here even named Rather, and Angmus. Here is be rush with you to light you and quiz. I understood you, but the do was a actor, his knowledge brush with, she's frost separate as hell who would build town shit, earn repacks of the money. They are a hush acty and would have. And shot shitlins were shipping on. Feed the after separate style and shlut. And right asked the research the century Iceland who all. They have uttered Sir Laurel. Had been top. I had done this time. Ujere, Shinch Nasli. And then sleep in math. Each soul she only for begin. Sings I tell. If the day was viewed hustily. Me, Lucia Russell. There's she has. Fire band to we. Shinch Roar is under. Bound couldn't be in person. Here is bloomingly in his eye. Yeah, and all this are all. They know this list. Their own rely on his school on Lupin. All he did. Then you get though and this are also this are out. No was only time me ready. No world of the top. Yeah, right. Is and other injured muscle. Blood and prison certain such a show his heart over saying I rate Safi. The coffee on from the night. Take the Sienese fair family. He does motions. Scottish to limit set has it. Brown shade and room. But to Paul shall have one instrument. Yes, do you have get that bomb was of all ass and blue all shade and law Mr. on Shen. One was for the hands of Larry ass and walls. Error near the known head the real down this weapons. Absolute hunger. The was clenched. As everyone had its full dinner first supreme with a or immediate. Was out some dice. The little free the eating terrorists. In their end of rather than the dam of Peter. All he was or the low battery bird boss. She's about to I find conveying different way. Namely, the interest of his so him she's all so to side. Bill has his back in Bill side. Up fat will net and dam. Weirdo dental law. Mark has you rod. He was on the devon vehicle for all. Doing bond the play on clothes. On layer ass. He's I possibly on the roof was Jeff. I have through a ledger. Unsight. Mary Hauser wife out there from around. Out and way with his good. Jack Willis cross. Shed this time for the dumper. So he'll some stats. That's meant. T whatever you fence. Pick me the air because ball. Blue off the said that's not it. I the almost natural searching hobby renee. Here is Vernon the Bree. Name is in the nutty and where we need to make a first hat. The timber sharp. There's a in the humor. Wow, her equals real. Sees K. World can play. He's happy. I've heard that before. Do so good with it. Willing to. Oh, I'm bad. Such. We're all right. The item. I've got the imper. They think. OG. Where did still our air and we that dog cool is like. He definitely made a material. Films case. He found there. Breaking the for the bird. By God's the root dot. Doing the pound that cushions all brought to be one. Wow. Not they're making the door. All over there. They're fading the ants. As it goes as a source when so and that by the toilet. That bitch in that shot being coffin. Shiver his sing right. And said oh I'll learn some really. I should be doing it. I test and you the suit. He's been on the same curry cut. I had a soul please can't he's okay. So back shake cause it in those in the full day you three the vegetarian. For I such case you three the cocky and by the I am the earth by PC valley. Being blue shall see. Oh I didn't see such from the floor for return the head back to a with the coffee. To all Alice stream as rules across the pin runs to sin on qualification. What rule this all I pre Austrian changing. Over connected to those the year and so as hell I. If she grab up while in sort of the style item. Burn has been the sin out of the bad and von way. The city at Sanjay and behind healing her and out now and there. Jerusalem had I have the horse again. Kings do out in rural over no to find. Send them to Sharams out the beacon sugar. To let her at game. She out in the heads. I go must I own. Ever I underside. All you hate senders. Looting cross. In our dancing and neither. You felt a strain and need. And it's even in the city and there's Mr. Nish back British city. She had last thing. What was out honking this evidence to investment. Her way had written sort of the stock for also had me Lena. Thing she had planned. Looking back the 17th. Ever SLB Snow yesterday. Rocklish Fusser. It's that rare best soul driven. Where get at walking on the slender timber so let's kiss in the cylinder. Next day I would get must. Bangs, what we there I saw house of spam. Real isn't off just to let the dead thread on. Closer the words so with what's to the Syrian and the do. Looking gives him to you wonder. The oscillate smelling her grabby owners like me them. Doing I can make out of me arsel or fuss there. Lefty Harek both. Gigas, sure we could do each oscillate. Either Austin and we can carry. Doing lefty also battling. Doing and Sarah Shingle out. Local retroversion. Neutral spy bars are. But you work everybody. It's really a friend with me and Briscoe. Sailing cold ear in the line. And martial theories. I own El Pro. Black Sire first. Qing Shah is near. Passing this mirror between me and understand to increase. T looks room. It sucks out by the hours hat. Emo. Yes, I last arc let him to take it. It's Maharel. Coster you ever seen or glass. Is dark night. Sarah you and said hung on the band arse slap. Says Fiski on our sudden the middle gun to mire. The destiny ties will feel at the shower. How is wings and ever with golden lace. Do you have left and old fun? It turned out a fair to middle more tender than each one. Then sack shopster de racing. Elbow. And her so on me just each so I have over you Harek bones. On floor ready on to bring it. And hack it here so now level. Here with Madden. The rain at the sure tech was and therefore does it to the rivers for middle. First so design a certain affair creating door and bear. As a fair nature on the way we get there from the face. Check you and doing face till I I go the board I know because the and I offer kills ringing. Plus was ye beef. Versal. Address pose duckings and from we were looking over. He was to be pro again. Everybody over the ground. Who wants to back cheer away first to spread dying. For Linson, oh, she so have them so about courage. There the bank. Big fire plus those for album and query of way that purple that hack. Yeah, offer his cecil dry sauce and days and old ring with me lock and fence. There the bank was early but some will it's and with there is or else certain them fierce like doing style any lyrical for who shun intentional sap but also in her they the dancing subword. Even then a fair social at for inserts moved into the one unfortunately winly so and I pulled on us on as in that the boss critical do you wear and the basement and song of it CO to the see even say and you earlier research some during who fought right Aaron and being of the sale do you heard of the side separate was rare she'll start this time early began Errol that didn't caught and did boy but boy her health yeah red blue info who each also take with the down article who's were and look because perhaps was came off door hair ad chat in yes skeleton typing hours door hair from her head that so do and she'll don't Earl Lab, Strand, Higo, Isan, all those items I'm over. Whoa, Sam, this, Jesus, it were and footing cottage for movement, or would you appear to be, even some that don't work as old, it's king. He can't remember that about says if wrong. Look, there's got, show sleep, watching the Gazi, the Hattie, done such a do Abby, the Hattie, or so, fully or title matter, leave me got, do you in the big tips, Brady asked to own as a shinisking, we and or holds and feature for full in that bundle. These already heard, so after these still knickers and she also did for sleep, 30 relip, does more rooms from the store now. I'll fire on to one earth and it'll wrestlers, taking and the sense, out then do an a other shish, which was with order. Yes, suppose are evil turkey and that, the middle, yeah, how and think the everything, and trip the same his. Athlete, hero treble, I surf sensor, chill, rags, this is why we tower at the top. Kiss Jefford Wings attack. You is Ryan, Brett, Sniff, Sikas, was when Boom, do you and heard Fred, I will you fatty, you is response. I are Hudson Horse Jingston. Yeah, he said Rama, her meal and endless. Oh, well, doing is absolutely Rickerstal. Ask who next, 200 play hangs, you should ambition, J. Music, some fabs, some, but this is so strong. Little souls tags and other December, all pieces, West Side, Wins, for Nina. They really eat food and song. She will I or all I heard of an inch, if it's not all sprinkles be in cat. Male Jesus, I takes in and what's it of the net doing a second minger, schlittery, cleans, can of key. Yes, remaining world instrument, it were the wonders, fuck me, who much years is a victim of the Gainser, well, you would be black like him. The I will not realize, but feed in it in 30 with us ears. Verse up Harry and plus, Syrian, so, Robert, who build that from my film, sit at home. Who arms at it, it wants your banter will hang on. I want sad king. You let me do you through most your hot flattery. And it is easier. That you go, yeah, looks like turning never do you was. I didn't have second that he's on so let I cut here all chip. Into the other prayer on my email, Vicky says, her way to do and so do and do and I heard she whisper, she'd still be acting, and run she's missing out. After that, to the appendix, with a never my office. If have go back and go and be to head broke me out. Ask the phone jet and English. Absolutely, they were fake. If shot and outside sand. Rare that even lower at. Shall alter hey and we look to send W. You now read now. Say, Tim second me not some trouble. We to the Vindle out. Test and rescue that was inside. I did ask that good. Must be that arging. All the looking low see. How deep the bars are dear owl. Do you just send them? Neuron red was all go play into sports house. Anyway, so is the great. To the mile. Evan need house. I would hardly. All do you. Neuron. Evan so they has restored. Severe ass was It is not much Qing and is to Iran Dictum has he back open Qing. Do ye neither the Eastern, the all the Salabs and surrender it are the very children of I'm no mad I'm a get mixed. You should instantly eat and blends us, and nothing should for this to turn to me. Things if I ask what for us. Iron, that should be any. He'll still memorize letting hospitals. Spilling among how the same the ask this can such. Shouldn't be gives it left. For the all I fighting. They and my hand for had one passat. At the I could all she had in 7 to grow and rest. During the kid why asked they ask you. It's a chunk that they're looking to say you need it. And the real directly of solution opinion down here. You're me and be. Foundation of the fire creator spiritual force. That's been my alpha John Eric Madden. Chip the space, the full food hands, mumbly at you when you've got. Coordinate, doing eating off, separately linking among using your sit down. Say up, little no doing links and pretty as a eating spirit and play. Old woman use easy pounds and jet by linking for others and actually irritate no ticket. All that's faults. He usually ain't no very less compelled also on. Four jobs of even the world handle. On the food of state and the day and the pass. Salad need if I can open his wolfing. Kitted by fearful house that there's chicken all. It's a matter of mayor, decent with my Albert Dulling open. Days never can. The Lord I can yes, I have rule after got shibrar. Neural in that sing she was even. Didn't have the chance in the train under Tibin and the very convulsions. Any AU out season beard and hash with. Also, if ever wish paper was near. I've had magic I would make us. What if a script spear? I'll have so as proper and pit. Oh god. Leaves under his ash. Chin Smith chew. Looting ray magic till word. And that I'll eat with my poor on buffalo chair and whisper. Chin fuck dirty stuff. No, sir, I would link to mal. The sister member not level sleep. Rats on your side slow a limbo. Sheep and bubble jam. Still rings like sort of shit. Gather hunt for the cats. You lose sub. Oh, you out here. Persleps in the hole. The light hater. Please champions. Real whiskey. A room for a man. Either terror marshal. Business by doing off one less. That shot. How lucky I murder. Sing hand gun. In raw and of doing shot. Uno. Me has strategical stress time. Finding word. Should be leak. I hear. Fear not us. Hard ordinance. The nabla. Which comes off in that here. He goes I look at. Or look at and shit. And he and little. Say wrong. We are the. Lost odor. Spit. Look. A roll. Head up to how to say. Eyes lost. Banana. Sniff fish cake. Sour. Tolerant. And wing. Who thinks and could lurlings. Sit. Those other. Douluo tribes. Could an air down. Turn and look dead and I can. Hear better. Here. That is this one. Oh, damn would be of him's time. I resume that how to reach Ted. You can you are now he long does sadly. At the public prediction famous like he always has more. He said, oh, real and should I'm oh, he merges here over. Your tells link up his letter and he let him repeat. Yes, so seeds render. There is ends earring tender from no. Lab saucer there's of or awesome show has to be what in the rack in which more year. Eastward of the freaking decent or feel should the sad to keep the exists. A day with train be singer now. Honor is how that's flaming that. Ale to the unbrought the world is a insert show hearing with a word. What they are the more doing thing real. And they are silver. Lurling ice rose min outlaw in rich. Sensor even shaded old seasida sir here. Fun and hot druid web here without you out. See fables hits by you from iron for us. Your colliers resistible. Schindler, some lies or should be runs our scatter and blind. Get you that renounced fire on pet. You keepers fighting to awesome shoals. Or he's rush into your own letter. How do you go future? This is the bad word. Yes, I'll just hand plan to change her. Spurls to a kind of intermittent active. And Filthy, you was or was this this what a sharp not his own sack, RT rare and ring lost 1 year, duck under you free simple, Schubermental, the fix is a aerial arse so you sold, very rose, yes, to me, the mass, house rail to small and with state, fertile steam before, think back, link her answer, you should here, early was almost in a sentence, a so happen should be called them to that listen. This I root 3, even you know the last hours, takes you he's held no how there's air event, stop owner, theory, smoothly closer, good things, the rulers, ye, hot, ye shing, fish, sleep, I crumble but I and she radio. Sits and lean a raw air his of that way you are with rips away lural stop bitch lural you bit shing then there and last sings pick see that loom other brain twing still on sit out for on theory hostile doing it of the series that the lack controls such the call real ch in the hatch scene lets the man shall be came flaw if un bot I'll be bored forget it's a go on sa lucia his own offering this chiefs she and done rate as use not to me all in by ascending after keeps you down as way stick there set the no have keep the frat win again fully so we're you got to get sense to ending see the right one just I'm in before how consider here not that since and concave on reserve here on day mirrors cheap straight unship younger all tim figure out of them swing silver young is headed check fear and him has ocean this that one for the right doing some actress should be per hand she never love the indicator part of if it's all to not cut and jesus is quite and that they eat me shoes and mother kill in in front physical cat kimbo just people the illness it yeah open the dressing all even the social zooting but all of the on the music hosen in odds the ducks I have all word g carrying all her hold on of it this like all since what's the work me straight swing on you swing actor of the sea currents it were there no like in the vibes instead if it's edgy great on trough on so doing me new in that breath first with skim tissue yes of all matters his game feel mess use out roast him fiddly and no it's only over my team looking at that enough had machine way back to then from the kissable really the kitchen rest d rush has been sold stop that trick what you terror to do even when the set and world back on set calling given this from this weird as bro average deep niche to the working to month for sale and turning up in here whoosh my dream must tell and there's a skinny head oh hasly Erlong deserts victory release. Addict Russ Gelu, shelter where his are sing by and their angle is. The middle for air, sing off, stern our hand, bird, city sword to master fire, Jesus. Area than a house, so hang on it into the out that design. What happened? Acting was just, he flames rocks, doing acid, can all stay, and brains at your whistle is it. I'm not all time, one day to the missing, looking to happen, get here, then there's nothing wrong. In my even can us, sleezes and eyes, Charles Stish. Alright, that's and those in you, doing the descent for map. I can just lost we show to them on the net. Month them there, the eye runs to shirt. Yakly to age, I then he's me as a catch to the burly is indeed is for the thing. No, and she show and in fact, he's always legal back the community will have problems. This is the issue. The IS, nails are cosmo of map. Looking at several raft the heaven. Leo has in doing to discount on the net. Yes, it's his intelligent. Marion wages of the visit everything a bit here to go to taking well the hello power. Never on me, let's go stop me. The music closer. You did me, sugar little bit more. First, Rachel. I knew by how and that what you are time child into the unfish spam. Losing and focus with a sand. Show that loves us of us still seeing reserve on the hill. You reckon on the okay. Enter JD earlier sometime. Video little and another on the Steve Arzel war level. Actually, I'll tell you downward. Hey, sleeves back. So I am not sure. For it was his chief fault. Sims, upbrings, Leo, let's do the and the one stand. She was our favorite and his head. We didn't have your sweet sleepers. Let's can do to join the bowl at own attention. Would the that. Now fading with bustle will watching tonight. Yeah, what will solicitous. She took the little isn't out. The cell and pulse. So young spiral have sleep left hostages. Best by the order social rare. Then where's a very desert. The doing my ass lows on your net engine is an unsufficient. I identify TCH. Donny us arcs. Hills. Affinity. Other are miss up for his. Will our show that. Though each she officially roof of her. His bone finger. And the heavy wolf rely. Person so meeting from top. Arlo. She will fit the adults. You is them tablet. Alright, this is awesome. Sure, her these are sort of looking back at it. Don't talk to her. Cool. Black book road for you. The arm flame with lights. This have spring for it all say never mentions it. They're like me beating working she's top work the top. Full wrap them sir one blows quickly soon portion re. But they even drumster. Lone been out some witty sad home. And you breeze near never can officials. So after test west how you doing is a little math look. The brain was shriveling out. It was alright that we all wrong. All jet, my lolly, all piece of us, the less us, so I sell dead. Is to have them, then stack slow or hand such things. Otherwise, some bitches and so their back aside. Chill and dilly, Julian hands to ruin hand. Such it's and now. Also, the work and Becky, she up show and there's hands. Dogs chat and slump like his spray. It's a fresh lead, sorry, right off, with a bar. In the LAT, open she's on a lot. The up leading invisible had the top seaside. That with their hands, he feeling let them. And their who's rock as team could send just flaws. Fat lurking ass or attend vessel east, though these hero cabin, there's things say, this action, clear on it, I throw I to Venus back to Arrow, look for wearing, the wearables, stacked, linked to turn feather, lunishing the mind, I don't me over, who should get the sisters over the planet, shatter, instant I you, acting again, test for death from halfway, each easily I enlist, you down, I heard Mumborn not him out there, you need that, even now, well, it be what you take, a standard, and look at John Real finger, and fast, the young unit, this is an short, I go at Rat Rachel, Diplomat, Zenith's last, but the posture. I the Surus, and saw your name little here, Bullrats, and the building you, Surus rat, ever reached Saturday, got, he only ever one that promised it, you could let it doesn't, would you to your earliest pan, you use control, ship the natural in your shoulder, and then is sure and burn tight, still looser in the bonus souls, will ram also just that tell shake and make, looting up, peace sourceless here, the burn door hands, but and rod and we're up, and muck the later around, volunteer for ring, in that thread over us, then shake to the iron and molded, copy the limmer, so under idols, criminal nickel, and use ego check to tire, even Dutch the atlas who were dead, the after the door side, and says real, if out is soul and billboard. Pullman I have it, and is Lankus prom. When it has yet full to her, when look at lost of air, Estinson bill with now, purpose of let him. What do you think? Doing a sub 39, swing and a cold fish fed us. What that's even 39 exactly. Tessin no GD and eat raw host. Cleaves from what this is be black quiz means food morning. Doing house read from. Can lead us we never empty will portal your Team Dremery, the listen for hot. Doing your of the and read them. He and a check the better day or. And I want and lead back to publish sharp like toast. That is why I jump answers. Way moving obsolete yeah. And test the idea done to work I have been this to the maintenance. Also his friend Lean say. Shisson shit. Dance and whistling. 4 seconds in fat. I'm on. As all she is and all say. Inner. The has fought. Give a his rat. Take the butter or down when message. And I'll just which thing is so brick bliss been is. Dim fun you will rest I marry. He only body her money cheers. All the hell. Pull his silver hours and the hell. Jib her ass. This night. Her eye will say time. I don't begin. Liner Mr. Stole in their odds to and her myself, none of this model, it does their small, showing half since her shirts, and probably rabies, see it, and she has small, ever had a revolver fix it, emery oscillate, reading thing as a mishap, they will not roll air no come I have be all, and this and the theme, he will and machine really, true fools, he's their head, and a million system, and who say her not, the whole head was one and dirty bird king, leading the cup, his blue had one, to stay with accent, bullet Hashem lot black, criminal, our fair, dark like soda, since her ass, link hand off the rim riddle, the fire shitting, eat of his early nice, sings interested how tappings out, leading rastly, and double one lear to his house, fading and and that Revlin is you in Likula, praise the luck from more of us. Either him us and the Luster here him, and when he pull officers clear out these, all officers go down, editorocious, it over the dose, joining the odds of these pursuit and stuff. Why was rather she, all the songs and let it off, J and us on Dosso, a sort of tea, also still has what that is so as doing it sitting the power and say not so to last sir blood and there's being the dark I have a loss for ever of the time for these I was solving has published we see success trickle on day we should exactly face the sublime policy states dim it I so of and so bro jim fitter the last buzzing for instance years you out and living full when the celebrant fling them side in heal the bush has to so ls have sensors here but also so study chain own south band hills historically more than you to band as pretty shenanigans stolen air DK such a stolen borders sure how you should complete love and send because it all we have seen with little ways all the britain's first am I he not he and in speak clear out by skills concerns that each ourselves wasn't just blooms from somebody in his world and out shuffle no house clever and not say I do her own hershly and I sprang her far the most test how I enter is I just say him hammer the world kill it nessun plus your women from Ryan boarding old sell it and I let it around correct and play last year ago was which the as already D Lucius no sleep she said I want most loud energy and said she to the billion Lucius on that was on really to ripple and the place said long and as clear row banks and people get it you're easily mixed she is an afraid of the hand drive enough it's to the first four passes to the get these of them but the big lund of them laugh the dark on the spirit with late out running the high pistol and wreck the bound from the I think not sizing over west pull out 3 ripes of okay friends for fitting out your single bar and our SM the re hitter thanks for saying all heal not Tom Siley better down other than very terrible next to Bruce he had eternal advance ready this she died rules you out and chat free very wrestle her look shaking she like the here in this rules it devils so action to box is thousands of external minutes six about ethereum even saying that of short then we are allowed I sure will this parts of this some sure relative Harem the real clear UJJ had rule back continues on in she handed it clearing the tech rule at 2 parts of innocuousness Qing Penny X no Jesus is like there lost as was the honor act they was bumbling river sing acting for it Jing said one of his I so there's behind Joe led so very dark so he wedding face on his roots Jing said buttons here in myself and Avenue Hill I'll create my style you was a sheer you was glove his cut unhouse at the Qing what MTS research can free youngest at one you should agree on the question fit rate here lower the Qing with is a reason now failing the timber you first data you all those touch as the bar that says that when there is a which is early minute then you still and sits every something still in the are swept them out work of labor roots and how games feast hockey the muslim bear cat von k and there attitude of those or fashion is looting them under just looking faster to that is about with years true shit leading shot as and next him looting on ring last ventions of the room thing to zack them hot fight stopper she fair and and shot band camera so him to doing the kids will been and serve she is change you search the house hey should help fast airs if is your you shouldn't believe that she said power and somehow he search your early but this fist on the here check what about allow people kill our warning for the station really sir and slap check was so is because learning me she had I all missing a set of beer you ask his answer that he see can runs fear dreams of us like that Mr. Shay all right and I this do it you should invite him or walk with up some nice and flight he didn't even on this you know think of Virginia we're on those links today never and I'll just subject eros how to move it down choose how we are in from the sea I didn't put okay tanya chindams right rolling from the getting machine under these friends hundred we're all great you need to of game opportunity to do the so I had doing the like Eden box and lessons for tap okay they'll already there till them black lush harvest I class his eyes blue we on he's the man come down with a in a sack F algorithms turn heavy right helium protein to long so I'm here push mass and stand deep we will lose just not losing that shielding losing I was on sex at instant blue chapsel shimmy root to and being say third and chat doom slot right lump side this and use king there all well rapper not bell on every was certain complete and you seem less turn up there I bring in shit then speech and that into that name little this five you're all relemmed on it not all it loom on it not how seeing it was sleep loon joe and the other was the only we're all slow as half and not really like up Siri Adam chat at what there there little roly her to be Julius will frost models are in a hurry losing on hits the sand but singing in the band don't worry ever and you feel 120 accent even to acid this here to see and are the contents oh no you not have this says that equal doing your service ying there's gifted lunch on the light side that champagne and lily all next doing the headly swoosh yes he did on I ever let he aesthetic data was 30 why rats merchant ball Bruce just swelled and paint at water or water more or when the act doing law her railing with knows it flies the show is lucid to clean instant scale logic on the student the merle coaches the herald was alidus in the boat just fast way sugar the news left and few and less turn show and they direct k testing from like the thing and subject give balance people you upset in a lucius on probably long hair or whimsy she was so side rumble there fire elite well little creative venture we're all look and down one more without your well it's there that wanted no again run specify like the young and said just carefully to wet down that's be or in circle little particularly lifting Harry and the most sign fin is the great bell it'll pick it down food long day and you all out I said here it is for this rail see a high when he act in rules the best for that least coming full the or making criticism the member hackles in hiding on using and will see who can give him that word as all he does me both that. It was all with its learn to change to cut her duck, what should be slow, but in the that takes time. New and it was reaching right the loss. Do you know if the ling lover on a her power? DK of wing circles from the dine at the block me, and them. That each boy it's under the ring with sash. There's a zing in it. Since already news loom my lose and wait for some lead shoulder it didn't know for. In the end with cheap shit. This how you on them hot way I was given we're more to action shoulder that these girls. The right to the ending suit. Down the same which ish the water should be such other art hissel held reckon in trend at scene race at all now pushing fias alone. To cats can look us reaf. Blue chat tensions and related wrong. Little denied but in the dim. Chat and real steady dempsey. I didn't for on back in time. Team with ears but you're tiny coolers. Moving me out. Showed it and broadening it. If you out between me, losing guns at it too, all you now, or Shin Shilly, identification of long, unnecessary can you, word was, honor it, me, you're in the get every win, looking to use the sound, I guess what be military than time, and all papers on beaming the side, it's a ling on smell, course, and right out this, secretary voice of fusers, and the angels are out, it built shape older ass on, little mid, all she sick, all she did, the real visiting on that, there's dreams and see loop after flow, with all satter note, and you'll ask how much it will, as a acid, the scientists, this all better under it, or taste and versions, and sincerity just to me over say, there's some side goods that are out, and Roy Mosley, all pause our moods. All I wanted is a shout, wound and Roy run there, concurrence, shinger off the first round. There's nothing for you, and the not very basic. That will get act very die. I'll understand do drive here in this quick that. There and see their vorpal side. The most calm and bridge I sight was some weed. See was in rotate and I think he fingy. Blue shut for the back with any well in money. And I like refa, not what it, less box, little from it said, and then all to take his set day money. Yelly, kiss shin right to hell. They will hear stuff at the other. You have right, and I tell they reverse do us to the helpers. Marshall and Bethel Marshall and so, a shady high for picking him nice, or in the audience and kind of shoulder hat. And we had it in Bono, as EJ and the Lunar room to his own this one. Lunar had been fighting for the and influence will see will be longer. And she said, Earl was on me so I like, Brand Fed News, Lunar with my money away, Chapman for the dumb, I was my rat. This one's the ball, he still her squad for the fire fig. Is that and rib people, while after that's letter the little pops in it now of the areas. He'll been eating since he's in the as I do, but for hell is fine, nib and nabbing his face is, he had both some burns shot his rim shoulder, and young Adoptive who collected him, Sir Amble rat and the arm sleeve rebel and the bow. Beyond that holes are down, cooler eyes mirroring dots are out. There's much similar to her again. She wore it. Sniff she lost her fire rustly. Waves drew to tell. You know the law man's and soul you now living in the soul desert. As last cell, the pull and deep dice, the bone air out. Oh, did I to grab this own. Cleopatra's how the air out living. Just were her all letters with God here. Opening the spoon and tax light. Since they just did cold. One by so those two flashes sack out. This one all air in that. Oh, I know. Push that. I told them as THE and even sit. Three back and that pass. Add the and wheel the out. All that down from the is. Braver left wedge. Oh, but last early in paper at some thrower. As she wired and each whereas Thunly that feared, upping low bill, she urged that athlete, vintage their households, with cold earth from, even their kitchen, shadow out to the rolling passage and early, I can't even, sound comes to the war, being to like, little days are, and stem you spin, which was Lee with to be done, with Lura, in center, and blood, because was it, ever I were wrong, but at the hair rock show. Sphinx in the till I did said a shin wrong usually acting at minutes again she had not even nodded is to are you yeah I am said who might dress into a more sorry I saw she was straightly one the set log he drove under what she inside or Jeb's good boy he did it and she left it sing cocked and so nosy chance his my back thing sell out the ass have you and he's not shut and around with I pick that and to it what yeah right I all let go and the beat you old straw and not room and door long and also deadly is shot free you they let others use and I just even told I she'll just read the room long way from the door snug right up things she did some long over in head local tug was useless I breath as she's what blue in with in head deal I didn't forget and the consent in this I don't need for father they'll have by photo lumps and turn the right was they think I need or deal mayor got to say Jane Schmal to forting of it Jane but luckily I were on the state and watching and enjoying yeah and yeah I would to say and today Matt carried on mirror one the simple over low back looks more like Oregon and down the furnace all these and there to still was guns the wing jabs the last will be all I heard advice the real top the will doing that bar tension that just get it the pull out of them made you chin sees on the dance shins with legend and feeding for seem to feel it is you sell with that and shapes it in the picture and getting all brought out this is my master to this I fully and will just up and she had on faces into change stage on this would pair in the being so back in the grammar and when would find or Hamburg handled the house or do all year do all saying it was zero up CD high low red and all the middle bubs kitchen the well it was zero out songs and right to open do we to the pass from some jack shannon way and that show look at all wings until several of your and you made up 80 for all oak never print and the word loss and doing all change to on and low once it didn't as it's the night cases was for him there's thing cause I was swinging street rear top in the end the it's just by your guns to hold so don't trails well his brow out the face were it in romance did hand the bar time into then say that the house and the thing just as simple simple side of life with the thing jabs and have vapors so the right step he railed that in the fast only Pro Italy is the and book the heating a posh and Jalen's center next to the solution on the inside is I shift to the intentional sour cooling back the surface and most times rub well. The Adelaide have been left on rock to the colony. The Human Dean's six by red. Owning the 70% question and we connect them. Though I'm looking at see what I are so many million in the order. Silver with help for. He's within his ashes off his raps and him and room for sell his ear and he is a he direct the hand into the ender. This motor blazor Nellian where he to lower the no air touches motor. He edge the western quarter. It's even no sir. What they're on von the kitchen bone could first. He wouldn't pay his offering like out there bone bundle. He found like young surprise and no is she a lumber. I think that is you. That was I and shit and targeting and Shandy and Linksley. She didn't search which and change with Marcel. EC that's stackers out through and turn where Marcel and the Marsars with the fishing so. Hey, yo, our biddy with our own of spooks and them. Gross the night here. And we're we shall into it. Under the Erlong and Douluo. Ching Shirlich. Damn here to leave all. And she black me message. You shat. He boy called old. As I keep my fast and her chatter. You leave was a blue up the back hand by. Wait in your brutal bad from now. Found you and book made me to release darling. There me million will have. Spriddles say three then moves down west looks I open. Jable. And wait show you. Only go out and help. Mayman layers at no am. First out vendor circle. There's only living in the world. Since it's right. Ha, if my turn you just some in. People are sing ams as digital hosts their ass service raving from it. Nidits to put them alone at the foot of our circle and people nidits. Unlikely of his debt. Should have been read up. Yeah, right. That's the loop of nowhere to live in. The food and building for a cream washation. Right. That's all. Shimblish the next third shade. Humbling with honey or sack to fall. Yes, chin it. Look, ting hell what he and sing out of Scott. Then it was also associated. The puppy hot fresh and all to the mind. Bissell fell out and Moday that will so fish and the studies to shop to be us. Or net looking look up like and will programs. Yeah, it's enough. I want him. The teams of the oil mind your degrees. First stars at moment in the walking. Shit hands here. We all know the just on film. The day like yo goes limbo. Bethkins and the inch is also high. Yes, was ordinary life. Vague the hoft with your and the os dodge flower. West the burn was at the very much early. Boxes and so being asleep. Listen she fucks should been he not but the looting and from one cushy. I wonder if you may change. I use the canche. Looking out like creamy that what the day in the room. Wait for her. Lumpus. Isn't surface. Yeah, from then look you out slot all things. What in my hair mother I said dance. Boss is going as his ass shit good. Oh, great old and wire blue. Catch with his dark night. Not looting asleep. And where Eden's crick sheets made her cavi. The thing is I shouldn't religion of yours. Her heels that was wise yourself to this. The only other nets they you will to get a you're consing. All realize. All were looting silence that I after now but now. Ocean over the best air here's fear. Making a living in Yarab. Then the furniture the gang will order and the ups. I'll talk to Blue old boy. Water on get Cyril kicker in the things. Whatever at come see have a laugh. Did I just it down? Why you get no cigarette? All found at anyway. Earl. Just that emphasis and student. Duty stand in your for sure master. Easy. And you is laid over the top. And would I get rapper wolfing girls. Was it that she's near out? Yeah. I can spot with the trunk for so. Just we or the false again. She was where we are. Obi sitting in the room. Raw. Shaw blur. Erlong of disting on her. After these change but I all sure I have a shirt. Who's nice. She be what shingle shape. Waiting the upon stand in the shit witching. I gets and she all treatment. Yalvin's stomach and hit the toilet. 4 days about catches. Days wrestling. And I had the machine trot. Yeah, also was the answer and with my said in good crab out. I'll yeah, remember which and also the daily doing that days in his and hours moving jiggles and plays for chance are you Shan also governs her his own slurs hot focus cigarettes at injection. Shimbly nicely so all after the storm shines over. How master you get. He really she wounds and later. What do anything the dailies audio of base and on looted but those out in there. The city was out of eight sleeping. Looking with chin the left hands there. Alpha coons the array at one. I saw her that get half no so. The rush will appear under your finger. Beauty, bravo, or you and you first in all those cerebral soul. Look so flu shapes get out into but man fear own. Well, sort video ring be doing voice or mouth and hot. Tells her pressure sharps kill two sheets. She and star purples are like and doing spots little ring. I have way day up. Shelly bank was built for renting also with I was there. In rest of her tells who's forced on the greater style in the way for time. But is the kill at F were and danger with apple and she did so our I per lumen the sewer is bling hot bland. Looting rat and his own round for the out still. Rid of the butter was born health and some blood had been a dirt and the lying in Merlin. Until I unlit please be a dead hours. And honestly all off yeah bad rat for the with so hard. Would wait all you lean. Shish and shingles that's kissy. El will be turning it early for all. Miss of all there's like the and brain headless tigers blue you listen like is it on me or is it for the master all you got. She said with a as a right theory of this she did teenager and he elder me I she rush may all me you heart is he right in and I want to try me like verse the string who can be viral for point say rated I like and but all can she anyway she can sure he had less of courage literally and below and where he said he can there lot room round she was as though the own and I as one more dinster she goes very bad was and went well and You'll live with American Central, made the Temple Law, a critical, who glow with other do their all, Crypto, it be desire, Lucio, a task, Chirasly, Crypto doing Slugner and the Unit of his dumb. It is a shame, Linkless and Missions that was championing some, ever been very lost, what will, be your gut set, control the mirror of drinking old road, Helena Tadu. Now, Lena Tadu, she was all out neck, going to Douluo to relieve, then be done with no launch, cool, have a full level, things, sure, and because, me, in the same ladder, they passed, jigs, what you read, other shot, we saw a void, Douluo, Russia, she wore, free as a certain all, Byron, and the reading here, back in, very ambition, is she not her, printing all the interpol as rule, for an Instead of her, bidden lab consider, then made when the balls day slam in her bot hour, a nice to do ruffle, hot, fin that was saying it, Miss Leslie, purple in the evening, and now was a king, who the high spot could her soul. Dolphin, and I can't give so time there, you can say some. And then, where can go Layerville, the NC perform, 2 years of I could was portable limit hit for 3, sings the honor of bossly, next, Tim of Cause on, 8 over lure, good drink, my raw, exhibiting my work, and rimble ram, shmel water, cheaply or sir, no time. Evil, muscle, evil, not his, if I'm to say, if not leaving, where is it? This styles use some hair style, don't hear, lulling his head and back, so, off, after the years, for saying, evil, hat, over, bring reader, dying his wet, or all head is a while act, led me more, then attack, the hot, sound, blow in their law, into do you and I was our own, face, when I'm, our old hit, sure, count, tear the piece of pass, with the can do her and the last blood can ush, high, a pat last, from, see this, throw one nice, the alternative, 10 s, see it, these images, hacking on law, all, to the point, mirror, or form, sheer, be hungry, or to, just see, can remove station, she, and that kick, nasty, the there I be on without or my auto I bungers. 2 seconds be descent. 2 often out we're back out not under. Be on from the cell. 2 solid be lost in he must live in the soul in the farm use. The deep sound is all papers. This hair separately I will connect. The show days after the word have person bidfall egg and ball. Our thing learn and stimulate. Zaspel back. Nothing. It's fact. Be ball chat way room. Lulum here. Need we of that. I said no cut. And I deserve. Be done at her third. That hidden words deep spoon. Up. Be all little ass fucking. Be on learn at this liat. You're all outbreak. Both with your none is all hand. And you also just all and always the all. No need is sure and infinity all. Off his teacher leave. Be all let to all wash at her up. And the next year's hand. You and Jack both at the old shoulder. Lure on top grass. Both of the worst and water out of compass. Be on and water are added period. A whole sauce here in her mucker. Sing just either. Hers way he does on. Slim in spot left for my shake shorm. Beaming harvest. Did you love Nerfstone? Die Lord. I wonder if we rifle pro man. Now will generate a people. The Erlong matter. The much what no bad there has that in love beyond. This all she has the king and boss ready. But I so ask to me. In far your prayer. On me stand in hot presence. I'm sure to rolling out his beat. Y'all G hot bear shall bring. Hockey this chisel bed sister. You dreams. I all taste students. You just sir. Blue last. And new I don't know spy. J Mosley. We're on the summer. I know it. For me is a first. Your sir or maybe her now. You be. You can wear I learn the site there will all the on be done. All this over said Lucian see a bunning store at fat and ups let take the stop the yeah right. This is good we move it there we name fish and us. She was probably so dang get all links and bring that all how to bring lump gas each looking at that. I tell so send on the stage still the taps I am after mix all doing sit for our looks to has been the busy hotel sister do and auto Catherine action to how and leave all of your all committee can do a fever ne you low you tell them doing support with el shop snicker you me send you low down and here the clip what did I say all may I leave say thinking right and Janelle's told your bloom cup say did for that is nurse and she all in I started vandal found it since you usually sure didn't hence let go hill where's so puzzle turn you like that unsaid on the till funny not a calculation side you eat hush we asked the everton doing little whistle as you wait message this being strange more in the shades see and job easily at the sings yeah as we sir on it pretty low is brand on do radio what ya doing up on terms so I got that on he over to an hour time didn't pretty low to hatchery found him one king middle hair near fitter as you have a sir and look to his behavior better for rated or no turn Ossis do feel it battle and you ring echelon Siri Tertiary let's for the end doing lady is reading to her serial she doing the like the themes bizarre and they murder shister there is no box the dark of the speakers although I'm sure it's in the cushion burps do a out of the kitchen hatching and the water of an eye said you and she srads all was already once steal her name acting so asked it resolution said echo cop got of say air in touch and shake out the face what for half of her you see it off stage with here is Washington no cool boss of fire and he was to can but control the thing we are still I will are dead blue my for the soul just sporting away first do and have dog your humdallings out at earnest since it's a stage resist these from people can leave me saying you want it first do a heschel had in the got here and the devils doing the or full sister do a blades after Chelini is shot at fucker will pull a record on him there's a bull slow ninks in he's pretty loading off her goes turn gate and the hover is there on the hearing on field city resources she and Chanel were just doing the whole idle sit wing model like to burn arrows aside to member there was a beer hall to do it stetter Zulu who had us at one fox until Chegil nas Zulu he Shannon on the Syrian but they are changing out who are opposite he rush forward sits at the man in nation clear lump he deli doing a husband of Tom Polly Rags Joe Year where Randy Error circles and she's fair she folk of your city Ina soon immediately she knows cool in here said our rail find our own video face and the good she lost hands the night you right rail in the war after I turned birds chance saw them all she will be in trade strength and her into see the jingles nimble kick away side away for home mix and way he was in muzzle was on that with an sisters of the Addison Dix out as oldest. Said the Clan Earth, the Drin Solid, the show the plus is not your special zoo. Only is should be asked to spell. Bottle was a mini bit. Lucia and more of should make a shot. With window is rather other or the rate one for mode. Hostile jinxers. Body deletion tutor. Special experience the area realizing. This group has syndic rare shooters or that usual. A year and feels wrestling. Shooting this certain not but exact be zero. Handu around like you let's say I've got a test. Castle. I've no or see so chance. Looting up this kind of them and before I was website but not so slave. Bring up Lucia Butter on the and has over. The also is half Sherman. Hijulu to brand death and Hansen season to Fint Cisco and I. Straight down that seems Lucia tonight. Breath of I will hand me that final ash. Black tackling at boss finger. Ravis hour. Kid Doran. And they all shit that back. Well, do expect both the and risk, but shall have been back. Some about the semi and there's care. That was for he had the cuss. But the was in the the season to muscles, but lost Eric Lavier. He lead the universe around that through with war. Trigger and people did that snelly sell all product. And it how for slot run over. But on the middle of his contain get Lowe's and Shirley or Lucian check how here there's is the radar is iron guard body. Air the arm, dark sphere and luck, conveying from our tar, smart Hijalu, Douluo, the column will change. Brain will links was balls before. Hijalu found it stand on it. Black unders taking it. The pluck, I shades it down medicine, simplify grown. Some rock, Handulo, and sleeps with her out. Or kids and our Sheffs and Ozzy, India rash to have a back, sting race rear, dark like them. Oh, the name, and alpha side bleach with right on air life. New Kinja, who is in both air social and the feeling like that do feather fat world which needed. Either in the getters from them and has it as being. Excel, Jadant, Dexel, Shash Soul, Sash, Blades, Big Down. Handulo, no nothing, no hoping. Hour on him, send it to corner. The urge to lost head can run while I will sit again. Oh, yeah, doing that and see and he locked drinking that. His heart was like clear the and our red boy rubbed in the brand and red has he continues to. That muzzle, CEO, Shao Sutrasl, Shan Shadow Sauce, and as soon learning to so, Chef's Pistol considering their path. Next in, Udin for Link Kanakal, Ashore Apple, Wood, Handulo, Ilsmus, the Floods, Shadows, left near, Spark Library, Erlong, Shinkaduo, Big Chinese, Spear, Plucking, and Blue Hand, Weird, or Verish, Black, Custom, Instagram, the Glass, Lives, Remix, Skage, and the Franchise, Blood, Dirty, and Scraps, Kochi, Verbity, Haver, Fingerlint, and Fivl, Kunderish, to make the news us, the result, it was an artist. None the matter telling it how it's fast, still, Drumavisha, Unlows, and Ask, so that's even for Tis and Ray, sure, the sake song. This was Visney, Shita, the Krumman, Kislam, Bur, the Boston, Whittle, Blair, Orange, Shilbor, Earth, Yay, still, the youthful, undo, Hills, Mate, Shil, Back, Lost, Still, Burger, Rat, Lash, Ovit, and Pivot, Sneal, so I will see back. No, oh, no, Lay do on the side stuff, some me existing, Chat and Fish Readers, Beyond, it turned person, Frank, the cells, everyone, in thought this Haleb's part of it, spells, decision to me. Neck, Hobble is in Winry, the dash blue. Air the loss, it's rush, long it is spring room, Cheryl get his bench, all the now Lucas map is to be saved with, the blue of heads with a city of sand and blue, friends still have six kite, Tingan Lee and the bar body, first soul, Gattle sat, full, or Agnon shit, Shinny Hills, Lab Trimble light, now should be the gear, what the full air written out, there's unlast soon, then the Rumi, or in the bar, all monsters out, true say settle wing with that, full of that on who can do what reads the leaders and salad, they will speak hill or when six or eight, big soul, side, storm, the Adler will forest, label long rich in this heart, without shit, will trip by through all of that, will do a black midget. Lay the hedged found in wood. Yadu gradually hidden from cat. Before Sunday to hold out each full happy. Hell dance lead in on sus and I had so but by and in the top the eye line line square down rat. The reach say sharpie and the lost and they rent you for another app of day. Say the lay low no in second to place. Channel and complete blue chase spare on each north. Our early bicycle links out and don't head jump. The FH I lived hillier and very and this I kill our old banana. Eat batch his over. Plan on died anymore. Sister I made blue and blue of the I know the cracking of accident. So this light ball and sassy armor. I did try to run bang one versus I hate it must have it would to the but this if he and blue okay and sat lich and kick if we do the level if he they let I know world with this and saw our and she be blue top will and the first no even sure seven where the he have executed shit days with good black hands self there this is coming through and out and diligently would she under be under the all now what we say maybe the boy and be dark in bright apples email lotus ring say on monsters and you can try so I'm gathered with the ball that we're lit undo it on and so we farm that did it all clash shines us and chop the GR sig me in under sleep ling I'm drunk in ray with the blue we have here lucian look like is the finger I ray to bowl the powder to food then you when they do it and sure more just can you get yeah now you can see the smash function button if you or fix word on it being clear in icon I'm to in got to chilling but back I leave the hill the you try to look back you soon days are right was any to pin face but see a certain drill the last please the pictures under seen a rope control to here until you it be great smooth and rough she both dean and Asian shall have some race they now send link the head somewhere well as whole stand off away it bit urge yeah so beaten up so get it on you got and the sun getting is in blue smooth dumble that no I need him yeah right got beaten that over boss until can out at worst lots to me why do you do sir far enough for and basically channels mid blue no video butter the days can jim holding yours during the last next 80 beating that her bars and they would be the little bang Laura O'Neill's Esther Russia and Water Goon. When the legend so up as should help his morally. It just you out. I read the remnant under the hours. Sleep feet at the last singer. Be all to the young or ling her. Shattered and room say but similar saddling all in no center blue. If the laws are aware, I battle all ringer. Which should them blue. Oh sir. And low runner. This little all will keep from her. Even their teeth long. Bouchy and leash and shall have H.O. Rooster to shut the chin ever spare. Just smays. Lincoln stab on the end. Silence since this I rover. Sleep from the roof and hustle so. If they think they're the hatch and are actually invited. All your this being to trickle. You like it illusion. Have few was an I'm doing out you did I eat remember. Be all the light. With the ass. All the finger on the rush and all roadly. In the second but not you chat. And right in the first time. Plus ring reduction. Leader sure as I so and also as his in Queen Ambassador. Team Rush and Lost Business. All shadow and full reference. Our tickling honey. As she so active. Well, he bombed. He had that the show it don't kill instant. Rail setter. Until the jewel frame on the gun. She turn out the Shine motor restless. Yeah, you are only to lose of him. Shishes then. Mobley or he all spied I fix. Even this was a wolf. See who got her leash. Washington. Food turn Louis. He after on last back. Pushing which you sold. To lives and dog. Only raw. They are did change slowly as hustling. But all yes, she followed into the pulse. As if to the house and terribly. The pound there green spits. Wearing on Roosevelt. Do some big idea. The right with our the horse for fair angles. All the red belly edge they phone left try. He told their other and all that cell beat them. What if it wanted the dance with and reaver searles bench. Being a head and slay levers. Brim split. Loon him. Is that from the any ember turtle ties in a hook. Just by and they're looting. I let you out house. After that, the dust look ass. Hibble any pass for time. Zed rep looting like with the hovers. In any fashion supply. Terms Lucian said. All on sequence of us and Morris knows. Beyond that worsley. Things that leave ground. You're halfway my pal will ring with our supply after. You're all split to me. Lucky for me probables there will relates the binkle. Consider the on to run down the walls. Doing from and raggedy. The dumbest about it. Wouldn't you? On the nether rear own name. Shit single. And his lips dead horse. Jada. Biscur. It sister. It also being the locked. Her was even the line. She said. What old. She looked in her us. Hurley up her eye. Then hair. Will be a grand west size. I did you ulster. Beating it. Blue my dog. I was from sister. If as yin. She'll bring mill hamas. Each head up. Fill all soft top. Being wrestling. Oh, so work. Bring this. Of clear. England's roughly lateral and oscillate. No deed from and all tech. No one have the was. The news obvious time. Hockey this. Link say you and a certain work. Untech capital. Only no people are. Unably. Ball fat. Be our possible. Unsmelling list. To tap ultra heavy. She has her fingers. Chris sit of it. Blooming by me and out in hoodie. That's it. She's out. So. And I'm still like it's not to me. Up in this down. So just let us say her herbs burl. Easily her at Tomas shade room. No ass matter. Scrabble burl to kind of how any no hard to air and see near. Oh, I'm back here. Or I wish his on them. Won't top or any test. Jackie determined and look with the she clearly is or crack it. All makes us she had a sort of fence and clean your all. So you're easily not all where's he? He is headed out. Unswin all in her and fresh. Sure under the kid. Soldier in one hand. Near. House. Home with us like you. Turn David behind and far away. Beyond his in this eye. There are never. All in out of Steven Bolster and Black. See, I see him in being cheese blevels. King out just be disfeel smell. Vig, your more routine. So to get all with their end. Bunny pulling to me. Luch stem. I am has one made work. This her never spares. Now you nest and full. Luch still terribly. Convert them back and that helps. But hot time. Linger and in run now. He can't fire here. Leg to roll and passes spot. Leach she only suck area. Full ungasting her. You look at it. Sure as but it's can right. Hardware smacked with a sleep. Meeble are you fully satter smacked. As he rally out and chap. The prayer of any layers of birds. Her down the jot. You said the spots. I lay by it. I be all you blew out of the little. Losing sleep and I go para. Equally to dozen volts. A weed out. Luch speed and Ryan. Well and a hunt. Brenda, you would have medicine. White skin was in a sir, who you same for who you adopt and ender and you to then be the vita. How should I don't need a shit. You know headlines in my hockey that circles wedding through tonight. Who this how go and trade a circle this should know it's injures from hilly over at my young baby all. People can check for you a shitful car full of fisting to people in bed. And like I asked the crush of fire that were there. Griffin down and sit down. The or whatever they were all in labor from third. And to the whole out pro and will sleep from the floor should be them. You show floor leafy hack soul. Even living to she or I can't we have him. Lena she can't. Yeah, let's ask a Bible. Who knows songs of Mucker, Pearl of G. Nina. She was and sand was shouts some no that his street is this she clear and way. The moon for the house they got to Tessabe. A was orientation of him like it. He through his intro. Also did tell when she set up her walls. A when I hit Blue James cuff that means she was in sharing the certainly she. This I will have to using my serum on fickle. Acting that you preferably non response is from well raft clean way. And the head boss leaders there was released with Rick here on Brunson Bank. And he to Erickson data. Laros and Rome for an attack. But the she was be there he warmed. Yet that other control I will fighting and yet herself with her cat. Be and will see sing adjectives. Here I will kill King. Joe sounds for an things and you can actually and into the what else is shit has it. He will please try to or text and spoons lever lit into yeah he bid one that whole speech. I didn't think but yeah he saw his matter all. They were here with the there is brisks and chance such as some first taluting the fry. Hey, the probably was in the time and infest and stars under the his hand. She linked to a first aid sing Ryan how rushes that will sure she's adding she turned in as I have Not to the ground. A Ben Song Spare in the Ashram. He structured little Kim, 80 different people. Or so, merged some levels of time. Looking at Ashley, Clear, Spread my heat, Magna Woman. Next, Bro, she had a binding. Her only that will like. Liam it was after her up fishing. Jack will have old Jay, Liam to blooming, love and thought of as all she was is a win. So the new other cars special frost him, but the way you music, you help Blair Rachel. What is on both message Jay and all that once more. I unable to answer to speak. She called Moyer for spy so Leah's pushing fence. Shafon and the note over running loom pop reas going on. This hour alone, or can looting audio and hit. He had offered to start to get us to Eastern builders. She in her phone less for her on. She didn't now you if you see on the insane and at his bar. So have free fitting. Doing a run because I harped it on his debris up the those out. And he go lush. I love from court out. Ever fever. He say or on which you Philly was leave run doing the boss mad. Yeah, of course and all it. Shape who so busy. Still see the scene. He didn't until he tried making those different distinct. Leah had that Roglister. She never just the move. Or uppers. Kiluma. Looting Dawson's. Stuff like see actually flash. Fay let that look at. Lena and that of your all McDonald's. That extra humor spreads in her ships for shift. Before you that, Elliot came from Adoptive. Take her wordman. Upbringing sleep. She and right can read to the past day. Surely the not fishing home at Lucian Adam told. Susan Bloody, I ride along. Adding for a that little woman can rise. The eve's called to a drop. She smelled okay in the stone years. Demanding to eat on her. It can aid in mutation. They be like, lure now and go. Done the ourselves. Those else get their into. Create his. She blew off at the tomb to the hand. Sure enough, little that. And I'll be the other thing she rushed with a weekend. Mirror sat and weapon the day was that. But you're still a last door. Little me for the whole day. I'll sit a little nice door. No, I'm also old again. Just for some how this. Who always makes you fall. She and the sword. Shad with full stubborn. She probably body to up on the if we're a band. Cliche happiness today's too or but give me the out to Lynn from Black Eyes into the house. The recall dinner should be for 2 muscle out Marians. Who artistically left her house for run of sex lane. She had her there after me. A little bit is arrest strict and nails up in the last studio in the video. The school model at which raised Russell. Here from Sir there are little here. Lucia said that right middle yes. Here hung found under a school found. She had been king she's in a place. So I'd see we're all in it. There hall no as a sermon beer. Lucia back his shit so in list. Says I use for shower I'm tech over the police back change 47 bill for one man. Oh he's in the all the circle back together favors. The apple who on it like a lot and see has on very you or and leaf apple so into the talking. But this is how we got with or for us and he is the and fee is dollar. Things more and is a spirit oil sticks leader on my bar all the else are on the of so blue and blue that travel tell us and all else this state every the scientist in place. What shit array and the then he will be our as the all parts of these call that. There are and the infix of jet can you name that iron top of metal most silly this like really said at time no people for jet I and putting hands out we up on them and really take so you can ask for a fine we all worship all of dog with a bushy with you but everyone ran there's a yes of this ice the looming and all and settle here the circle I was the war past fall as I get the god and it hat it's the venture other wings of companies would not have a this rush there he is self soul could look both tears as we would be in at birth I little wings and the etching at see some etching and the up on clean when she down him at time shifting hover where rock down or to worry about beam the ball as there were souls on the doing over from both of those sound in refill over it for them secret truths out as had of these balls user on each different she does all silly roads doing so will have ring it and the said some to over I trouble yeah I have to wait this or like roads with it been down now see she cross checkers from he to over with small symbols in the ball and with held in the porty of us my hands take he right back me be able to me sit here speed right out every do those I'm in cave library and Sandy Bay and Mr. Zaber, Looming was pretty blue from her arc. Then the surgery warned house of sight, bring light to Shashore. His sauce swallow loose eye. He see with one discs, and April is out today. And April without a night shrink. In while I'm at Rand Sinclair. Do that, not you a frost just hey. Power, space, okay, so you six slow and remoter. Power, black, Luton's so lies, shot, so for more. There's about the big wild, right, Leonard, which to and either. Oh, on, red gainers was I, and I'll see how him. Do his Presley, we read of this Leonard, but first in the full century, Abrams, and in the kill him. Low layer slap, Lucia at the day, his both and Burley. The half of I'm do strange. Early pre looks and bonded entry. Boom, the ass freshly now had the real are. Iron bolster like or this need this shin yeah and not one this side. Slay, I'll read sick with or shin time. Will some pie. Chick the ass was some Reset was before. It can consider the man ripped no high case self. He had to hot ass the move from distance bonds and with your himself. Ian Allen before need levels or you can loosely ask you can do didn't should have items. Didn't know. Slip J's Jean shot for any time. We were fratting out in would you all in the way should name and the like matter they take losing on phone and that mouth game. Of course, Shannon Slayer can give on. I give you name how got it. Shot from a set how time OZ you and baby net do be on rat. Looking and get out rolling small guns not. So it's Henry but for she also said early care I mean that they can me. You may I need to give yeah right there solution shit East Coast me right where she walked on and head. You all seen that days and never plot. Being standing and unbelievable. Some self hot would conclusion crew that would lure her mom. She not a can and the years off the shot is over. Finger should have been dead as Castle. The edison of the race, full of the band, each and except resistance. As old some organization on serves for 10 days of these years. Ling of 200 old sin. In her prayers, cover, if really, you host today or to new, That's the rock house million covering Lula to them. This is you to check to we could hear as you can hear why not doing all his need to we're spoiled in the certain bond the water on the house in the store I hear right now I hear less men for being to